apparently worked.
Oh, wait. Yep, I see it now. Okay, our dimensions don't look very good, though.
Yeah, let's try and fix that.
Specifically, my dimension looks pretty bad, but...
All right, we can try and work on that. Good evening, anyone that happens to show up in the next 30 seconds. This is some
Skinny
technical
Jonathan!
adjustments here. Let's see if we can stretch you.
Yeah, I don't know why I look so
So
skinny.
what is it's all to just new QN, right? Is that better at all, or is that actually worse?
It still looks really skinny, though. Let me put on my other monitor. Yeah, like yeah. I'm not sure what would cause that, though. Like, it just doesn't look like me. Well, no, I think you're moving it proportionally. Maybe you could just try moving it down, like making the height smaller.
Gotcha.
Because right now I'm stretched too thin, but
gotcha.
we want to squish me. Oh, wait. Well, that's just cropping me. I don't know why this is happening. I'm definitely not supposed to look like this. I'll speak to my lawyer. Um,
Is that better?
Maybe it's just me. Let me see. I think I look weird. Yeah, like here. This is supposed to be a square. This is a post-it note. And I don't think it looks like a square, but I'm waiting for the stream to catch up. Okay, maybe it is a square. I don't know. Maybe I'm just sensitive about how I look these days. Okay. Wait. That looks okay. Maybe it is fine, and I'm just being weird. All right. I'll take it. We might as well just get the show on the...
All right. So happy holidays, everyone. I'm here with a more narrow version of watchable.
It's my weight loss plan. Yeah, I can't figure it out. It's so weird.
We can work on it as we go. I'll keep
Yeah, what will my fans think? They're gonna call me Watchwolf 91 or 90. It's just gonna keep on going down. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was trying to tell him that he's really quiet.
I gotta go back. I gotta pull it back in again.
This is like half the fun. So this is like behind the scenes. We were just doing this for the last 30 minutes. It was pretty fun,
This
actually.
was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and there was supposed to be a
Yeah.
follow-up tweet to say we're going live now, and none of that happened. Times all around. So, so here you go. I'll let you legacy, since we both haven't played in forever. I will let you legacy theorize for about 5 minutes while I try and see if I can't get your picture fixed.
Legacy theorize? I don't even know what that means.
So basically, this is my old list from when I stopped playing a couple years ago. So
yeah, we can play whatever list you want. I still my only experience with depths is watching you play. Either if it's on the other side of the table, watching you on stream, or doing these with you.
Well, between that and your format knowledge, I think you're incredibly positioned to make these kind of calls. So I'm going to give you a couple of new cards that people have been running in the past year or so, and you can basically try and squeeze space. First of all, say whether or not you think they're worth it, and then where the space would come from for them. So,
all right.
Well, you try to figure that out completely in the dark, no former knowledge at all. So basically, there's the green Urborg, there's Yavimaya, which enables like the double crop rotation. The double crop rotation kills a little bit easier, but again, this is a mess of a mana base, so adding a green only land to it is extremely difficult. Otherwise, we'd be running basics. So Yavimaya is an option. Beseju is definitely an option. So having a land that also doubles as an answer to Blood Moon and problematic lands, yada yada yada.
Yeah,
So that seems like it needs to be
Boseiju can also kind of be like the wasteland effect, right? Where you like want to waste their waste to start the chain and stuff. You can do that with Boseiju if you have extra mana.
Yep, and on the off chance it's going to do something crazy post Lodge, you even get the discount for the legendary creature. So
Oh
that's
wow.
that
Yeah, and you could
seems
blow up like a maze or something. Yeah, okay. So
something
it's like
like that.
another wasteland effect, but makes green.
Yep, it happens to be an extra land. So those are the two main deck lands I've seen. The other one is often hanging out in the sideboard. Um, I don't know how much the deck with all the colorless flyers is actually floating around anymore, but people are running Tower of the Magistrate in the board to get around all of the colorless flyers. And also like
Mm,
does the normal stuff Tower of the Magistrate does, messes with equipment and all that fun stuff. So that was a sideboard card I've seen. And the other sideboard card I've seen, which is something I never ran, was people were running Dismember. I think it was partly um, an answer to Magus of the Moon while just being a different kind of removal spell, but obviously the loss of life drawback. So those were the four main cards that I saw. So basically, do either or both of the lands go into the main deck? And if so, what for? And do Dismember or Tower of the Magistrate make their way into the sideboard? And if so, what for? So you can brainstorm that, and I will work on the size of your
okay,
image.
sure. So, hmm. So like whenever we have random things in the sideboard, I always question like how useful they are and stuff. Like the one collector oof is like kind of interesting to me. Like I get that it could be like a haymaker in type of like some types of situations, but it's like how often does that just auto win the game? Yeah, I guess like I'm just not sure if we have like a slot there available. We don't have to focus that much in on my head. That seems like an awful lot. Like if you want me to make the big head plays, I mean,
All right, fair enough.
but okay, and then we have no basics, which makes sense. Um, mm, I don't think I care for Tower of the Magistrate.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's never a card that I ran. I can understand if the deck, like again, I don't know how much that 8 gas deck is actually around in the meta, but if it got to like the 10% range, because situations would come up just in general where you would see a random colorless flyer where the ability would be okay, but yeah, that deck would have to be around a lot to, or like something like ninjas be around a lot. Some decks where you're seeing a ton of Thopters for that to really be worth it. Um,
Yeah, like you still have Force of Vigor for like some of the situations. I know it doesn't cover all of them, but it's probably fine.
So I'd
But
probably just keep track of the number of times where that would have been a relevant play. So if I have a crop rotation or a tutor and
yeah,
situation, just and if that ends up being over a certain percentage, maybe it's worth looking into.
I think I might like being zoomed out a little bit more now.
How
I
would I
think it's just
even how would I even do that? It's been a long time since I tried.
I don't even know how you're adjusting this in general, but I just feel like my face is so big.
I can reset it right now. Let's see.
Um, hmm. Trying to think if there's anything else I would like to play. Yavi Maya just seems like fine. Is there a reason why it's City of Brass and not Mana Confluence?
There's 4 mana confluence already, so
Oh,
it's the City of Brass is the ninth.
all right, there we go.
It's the
Okay.
ninth land. So yeah, what a lot of people were doing was cutting that outright. So to make room for whichever land they wanted, whether that was Beseiju or Yavimaya. That was the first card that I saw getting axed in most of the lists.
Yeah, that
So
makes sense.
me personally, you're already on 13 blue sources, 4 of which are Lotus Petals. So in the matchups where you need Flusterstorms and Stifles early, you're turning your color situation's really sketchy if you go down to 12. Is why I
Mhm.
always played that land. So it might still be fine, but my thought was to go for something else. Um, whether that's a stifle, the eighth discard spell, something along one of the pieces of. I don't really want to take out one of the pieces of the acceleration. There's really no point in playing this deck if you're not going fast. You might as well just run the green, white, red deck, the
Mhm.
depths deck, if you're gonna not try and kill them immediately. So the second stifle, maybe stuff like that. I'm really loath to go down another color.
Yeah, I think something close to this is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything that you were thinking about wanting to try? Like the
Well,
one reclaimer seems
I
like
definitely
a
want to
slightly,
put Boseiju in.
yeah.
So I don't know. I guess just shave a discard spell for now, just for winging it.
We could just play both Boseijus, that way we can cast Not of This World for 7 mana and just know it'll be okay.
I appreciate that, but starting at the same point I left off at, +1 seems like a good spot, I guess. And
What did we cut for this Boseiju?
I just cut a discard spell.
Is the one reclaimer better than the
Again,
discard
this is
spell?
going back a ways, but I always found the ninth tutor effect to be really necessary. But it's an option. I think it
Mm.
just makes the deck a little bit
Maybe the
light.
key is I just need to sit back a little. Maybe that'll be better.
Yeah, my
All
cropping
right.
skills went overboard, and now I can't figure out how to undo the crop. I guess is where we ended up.
Wait, you can just like delete this video share thing and then just make a new one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You can even make the new one without deleting this one.
Oh, all
You
right,
can
I'll
just
try
hide this
that.
one. You can just hit the eyeball on it and then you can do it again. Just add a new one.
All right. So that would be a video source
Probably.
or display capture.
Display capture,
Okay.
I think. You can just see which one corresponds to me already, like in the display.
Oh.
All right, yeah. So whatever that is, you can just add another one of those.
I'm trying to figure it out.
We should really test your ability to play depths by duo queuing this while playing depths. And just putting a clock on it and everything.
Here we go. There's a second one of you.
Okay, nice. I don't know if the world can handle that much, Jonathan, but
Wow.
hello.
Now it's all you.
Yeah, that's displaying like all of Discord though.
Yep. Not for long. Oops.
Oh, nice. Now you're getting it. Yeah. Oh, that's so much better.
Where did this go? Oh, there it is.
Hats off to whoever has a Cookie Monster as their Discord.
All right. So let's move you.
All right, now we're looking good. Yeah, you can just make this a little bit smaller. Yeah.
Nope. There it goes. There I go again, trying to shrink you. Nope.
Wait. Yeah, that's the problem. You can't do that. Whatever that was. Yeah.
All right. How's that?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. We're good.
Yes. I think I look acceptable now.
All right. So
At least I think that's what my mom would say. So.
gotcha. All right. All right. So I guess we'll try playing some Magic now instead of
All
doing
right.
tech recovery.
Let me see how the volume sounds. Wow. I sound a lot louder than you.
What
Like a
you have to
lot.
say is what you have to say is more important. So
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
that's an interesting change. That's the first time I've seen that. Now
Yeah,
everything auto pairs. I like that a lot better.
right. So I think a large part of it was like what was happening in the lower volume queues where people can just keep on fighting against themselves and the treasure chests were worth a certain amount such that it was a profitable strategy. So let's see, I got a pop out chat. Pop out chat. There we go. Put you here.
All right. So I haven't played Magic in forever. I think back in the day I would have mulliganed this because there's no green source. But I think between all of the green sources, the 4 stages, the 4 hex mages, and being on the play and being able to disrupt them twice, I think this is borderline. But I'm gonna keep it. We're
We
gonna roll
got
the
discard
dice.
spells.
We're gonna roll the dice here.
If we can't win, they can't win, right? Fight fire with fire. They're last seen playing Ant. We'll just do something about it. They're also 2-2 in this league. They're used to losing. It's okay. We'll just show them one more.
Uh,
I mean, maybe the veil, right? Don't they just
yeah,
leave the veil up?
The Thoughtseize does actual, factual, nothing. Just takes
Yeah.
one crop rotation. I mean, I
And
guess
this hand's really good for us.
yeah, this is fine.
Like, they're so far away from doing anything. And if these builds are playing like Galvanic Relay and stuff, we might be able to like have an extra turn in some spots. Wow, they fetched? We have Urborg in play. They don't have to fetch. Nah, deck thinning's probably fine. Wait, they drew a ponder? Oh, I get it. Deck thinning.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Good evening, Rain.
Hello. We both came out of retirement just for this. Whoa, pedal. You gotta get all those pedals in play there where I thought sees misses. But they have so much less storm.
Yeah, maybe they drew a. Maybe they're hoping to draw an Adnaz off the top.
There we go. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth casting the discard spell here.
So let's see. If they play both of those, I'm still trying to think. Like, if they play both of the low spells, I think it just has to mean that they blanked. But it's still such a weird play. So one thing I've been thinking about a lot more since I haven't played Magic as much lately is what in particular do you like about playing Magic besides the opportunity to interact with me?
Are you asking why I'm playing tonight, or in
No,
general?
no. Like in general, like I've thought a lot about this, like between the pandemic and stuff like that. Just like trying to actually think, like I think Magic's an awesome game, but I'm not playing as much as I used to. I'm just trying to like kind of reconcile all that sort of stuff. I was wondering if you've given this any thought.
Um, no, I hadn't given it any thought. I mean, to me, in the past, all the normal reasons, it's like a great exercise. Like I find just problem solving and deck building and meta solving and everything else just to be a lot of fun and just enjoyed the gameplay for the most
So,
part.
as a person that doesn't play depths, is there a reason why we didn't Sylvan Scry?
Um, you mean for a second depths?
Um, or it could be, I don't know. I don't know if their deck plays basics. Like maybe both stage is fine. Like I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna do any of that.
Yeah.
And I, I mean, who knows? It's been a while since I played, but I don't remember Ant running game one answers to a 2020. So I don't think we're gonna need to reset combo.
Ivan wore my Merit Lade shirt just for today. I'm ready.
Wait, what? Okay, they did that just to get threshold. Yep.
Okay. Wow. Now they can get above 20 if they go for tendrils.
They're gonna just add nos.
Right. Rain of Filth.
That's a really good draw for them. Wow, this has gone very well.
But yeah, so I was thinking more about it because a lot of people have been trying to convince me to go to various Magic tournaments and stuff. And I do love Magic, and Magic means a lot to me, but I've just kind of been thinking about it a lot more. And I think a lot of it comes down to like the in-person interactions. Like I didn't really hop on the arena train, or like I wasn't as much into like playing events that would just feed other online tournaments, and that I very much just value the human aspect so much more than I even thought I initially did, and I feel like I already valued it a lot. Like going to the Star City in Philly or Valley Forge was actually really awesome for me. Like it was just really nice to be able to see everyone and interact with people, and just like there were just like so many stories, so much like impact and stuff like that. And I feel like realizing the impact I've had on like people's lives and stuff like really reminded me why I like Magic so much in terms of like going to places. But then I thought back to like the last Pro Tour I played in, which was like the first Arena Pro Tour. And I played against so many like named players and all this other stuff. And I did pretty well when XM5, but back then it didn't day to the Pro Tour. Or sorry, it didn't qualify you for the next Pro Tour. And they only left that for like I think like 2 of the Pro Tours, and then they changed it back to XM5. But it was just weird that I went through a whole Pro Tour and I like finished pretty well, got some cash, and I felt like I had no stories to like show for it. Like I didn't even like get to like even when I played really well in some spots, and I even had like a feature match on Twitch and stuff like that, like during that Pro Tour, it just felt very hollow. Like it felt like nothing happened instead of it being like the culmination of like years of work and stuff like that. Which is weird because I felt really good about like the Moto PTQs I won. Like those felt like a really big deal to me, but for some reason playing the Arena Pro Tour didn't do the same thing. And I think it's because that was supposed to be the end point, whereas like the Moto PTQs were like the bridge to get me to interact with more people in person.
That's fair.
But yeah, like people try to convince me all the time to go to all these tournaments. I might go to the Star City um Sea Caucus in like the Meadowlands because it's Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, so I can like still have the Monday off and get back home.
Makes sense. Hmm. Yeah. There's the conservative way to play here, and
2020.
yeah. I mean, we could just as easily leave the crop rotation up and just play the needle for the Wish Claw Talisman, and
Or we can kill them.
they do get the 3 looks because they're gonna veil and they had their 2 draw steps. So
We didn't come here to not do this.
I'm a pretty conservative player, so I was strongly considering the other line.
Conservative player, playing the more turbo depths thing. So what do they normally play? Like, do they still play Void Snare or something?
Back in
But
the
that's like
day,
a sorcery.
Chain of Vapor,
Mm.
because that build the Storm Count. I have absolutely no idea what they play now. I'm sure there's some bounce spell of some kind. whether that's Echoing Truth or Chain of Vapor or something new that I'm not even aware of.
Mm.
So, so I think the other line was correct for a variety of reasons. One, we should already have the needle in play, and then two, we would have the crop rotation up anyway.
Yeah, so you think we might just be able to untap, play Pithing Needle, and then leave crop rotation up, and then be able to just win the turn after?
That's what I think, yeah.
Okay.
It's whether or not we want to play into a veil or not. I think we probably do at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just do everything.
I don't think they would have kept a veil, yeah.
Nice Thoughtseize. We're gonna have nothing in hand. That's how I spell wish.
Yeah, my typing skills need some assistance.
And we get the beat down on.
So, okay, good. I was gonna say we probably should have wastelanded them there with the crop rotation, just because we knew they had the Thoughtseize anyway.
Mm.
I forget whether I used to bring ley lines in versus the Past in Flames deck or not.
Yeah.
Probably.
What are you feeling? We can do it. No, now we can't. It's too late. So what are you thinking about in this hand?
This hand's not great. I mean, we do have the discard spell if they sit on. It's technically a turn 3, but that's pretty slow versus a combo deck.
Mm.
Back it goes. Yuck. Wow. Well.
And I don't even know how you play decks like this. I played the decks where I can just keep every 7 and then I can just lose the game and be like, well, my cantrips didn't hit. Here you're just like, oh my god, like I gotta make this like a really huge decision on turn 1.
It's fine, we're good.
So do you ever upgrade your cards in real life? Like, do you have that Thoughtseize in paper?
I do, oddly. That's one of the few purchases I actually made over the last couple of years, was to get the well, not this one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I did. I honestly don't remember. I think I did. I know I did for the Abrupt Decays.
Yeah. If I'm like purchasing the card fresh, I like think about those things, but I'm like very sentimental with the specific cards that I've played with. Like, I have a pile of cards that like even if I were to quit playing Magic, I would never sell. For instance, my Deathrite Shamans and Probes and Young Pyromancers that I played in like the original Grixis Delver. I'm just like never gonna get rid of those, and it's like those are the Deathrite Shamans that like did it for me and stuff. Like if I lend, like say if someone's like I need to borrow 2 Deathrite Shamans for some reason, I would just like lend them the set and be like, you have to give me back the set, and like technically they can do whatever they want when I'm not around. I was actually really upset one time because I'm like this with only a few cards, and I'm like, if you're gonna borrow it, you have to like write on the perfect fit, make sure you get me back the same one. So one of them was the Dismember that I used to use in Grixis Delver. And I lent it to one of my good friends, and I'm like, I need this Dismember back. And what happened was I know I got a different Dismember back because it's from a different set. And it's one I never played, and it's one I never bought. And I'm still very upset about it. I've never told them about it. But I know. If they're here and they're listening, I know, and it really does bother me. Yeah, so I'm only protective of like certain cards though. Like there's certain tokens that I've used also. So like my Gideon Ally of Zendikar has a set of tokens associated with it, or my Geist of Saint Traft. When I attack with one of my like two Geists of Saint Drafts, it has to be the specific token, or my Batter Skull that I used with Stoneforge Mystic has a specific token and stuff like that.
Yeah, I used to be like that as well. Granted, I only have one token, so
Like I have like my dazes that I use in Delver are like three Nemesis dazes and one like Japanese Jace versus genre Jace or days because those are just the first four dazes I acquired. Or my Brainstorms. I only have one Mercadian Mass one because that's the only one I got growing up. So like I like very much just like having the same cards that like the physical cardboard that did it for me. So how do you like your chances of winning here?
uh, I believe I misplayed both of the losses.
This one that you should put something else on the bottom, like the herb board?
Yeah, this was no, this was yeah. I mean, it was between Urborg and Stage. One of the lands needed to go back because that gives us Flusterstorm and Thoughtseize and Depths,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a million different cards to draw to win from there.
Yeah.
But instead I kept a combo, which is like something you do in different matchups, but I didn't need to do that here. And in the first
Mm-hmm.
game, um, we kind of like just glossed over it a little bit, but we were talking about how it probably wasn't likely that the Thoughtseize was going to hit anything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I just didn't on the second turn when it just wasn't getting any better, and would have taken one of the two cards. They either hit the tutor or the Cabal Ritual that turn. So,
Mm-hmm.
and then they ended up killing us with the Thoughtseize in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So I think both misplays in games 1 and 3.
Oh, it's okay. We gotta shake off the rust. It'll be okay.
Yeah, the cards were there. Just the play was not.
Yeah. So you're saying the deck's still good?
uh, I mean, we did play a deck from 2012, so it's been a while.
Wow.
Who knows? Maybe it's good now, but
We're playing against Topper 97. They're like 20 above us. What are we gonna do?
that means we're 20-point underdogs. You a big sports fan or in any of that sort of stuff or no?
Pretty much the opposite. Like it's kind of rough. I feel like I'm really good at small talk that involves just like people's jobs and people's families and just like and I'm really good at remembering like what siblings they have or where they're headed to, like their trips and stuff. But then like inevitably people are like, "Oh yeah, you're a guy, you probably know sports and stuff like that." And I'm like, I know nothing about sports. Like I just can't do it. Like it's just not interesting to me. I think it's great that other people like it. Um, I just don't find myself that passionate about that type of stuff. And like people just have all these like encyclopedic memories of things, and I'm just like, yeah, that's me for Magic cards. Like it does help relate sometimes, and I'm like, you know, all these stats and all these years that like so and so got traded to whatever other team, and I'm just like, yeah, that's me with Magic sets. Um, so yeah, I think a large part of it comes from just my family not really doing anything sports related growing up. Um, I watched tennis when I started playing tennis, like varsity tennis in high school. Um, and I like watching some of the Olympic stuff, but in terms of just like the normal seasons and stuff, I just never got into it. Um, and like I don't know if I'm ever gonna get into it because I feel like I'm very committed to a lot of other things that take up certain amount of that sort of like space. Like I love Pokemon or certain video game things and stuff like that. And it's just like I'm already putting those eggs in like a different basket. But one thing that's pretty funny is that my company had a raffle, and the raffle gives you the ability if the Eagles like make it to the Super Bowl because I'm outside Philadelphia. Um, if the Eagles make it to the Super Bowl, I will be able to go to the Super Bowl. Like that's like the stipulation. Um, and I was the one of the only people that like a lot of people knew in my office that like won that raffle. And definitely the only person on my team. And this was like I think it was in October that I won the raffle. And the first thing I said was, "Oh, great. Like when's the Super Bowl? If it's in the next month or two, I like don't know if I can take off for it." And they're just like, "Oh no, no, it's it's not the next like we're still in the season." I'm like, "Oh, how many games? Like what right?" And they're like, "Oh my God, like this person is the person that won the raffle." But I decided like you could technically like sell your ticket or whatever, but I'm gonna keep it and I got a +1. So you know, I'll take applications later. Um, but I feel like the Super Bowl is the type of thing that I was pretty much 0% to go to uh, throughout my life. Like, I guess maybe if I dated someone that was really into sports, but that doesn't seem the most likely because it's non-existent in my life. So, like, I find it less likely that I would end up dating someone that, like, was that passionate about it. But maybe, I don't know. So maybe not 0%, but low percent. Um, but if it's just being given to me, I would like to see like what the hype is about and like just you know, kind of experiencing it and I think there's certain things that you would do if it was free, but if you had to pay for it, you wouldn't, which is like kind of weird because then in theory you should have like a monetary like indifference point. But I don't think like there's like studies about psychology in terms of like loss. Like if I gave you an object and asked for it back versus like making you buy an object or whatever. Like there's all these sorts of things that like once you think it's yours and it's taken away from you, you value it more than you should have. So there's like those sorts of fallacies, but I think uh I think I would want to go. How about you? Are you into sports?
Yeah, yeah. I grew up playing ice hockey,
Mhm.
so
I saw a Devils game at my previous job.
oh yeah, how was that?
Uh, it felt weird. Like it felt like sometimes things were happening, and a lot of the times it felt like not much was happening. And it was like cold, but not cold. I didn't really understand it. Like just being there felt kind of weird. Um, I also went to a baseball game recently, like watching the Phillies play against someone, and that was also kind of just like okay for me. So why wouldn't it be like Flusterstorm?
Because Flusterstorm is the best card in the deck against their deck.
So maybe Wasteland? Like I'm not really sure. Like if we need to go
It's
fast.
it's it's close. I mean, there's
Oh, they did
there's
Mulligan. Yeah.
there's yeah, going after a land on the first turn isn't what we're really going to be doing anyway, and they're either
Hmm.
kill us fast or they're not.
So if they just play Pedal and Pass, do you think that that means like Veil?
It's possible, but I mean, it's not even like that's that backbreaking if that happens. Like they're still trading off the pedal and the veil for the
Or
two
maybe it's a
fresh
Wish
cards.
Claw.
It's more likely. Yeah.
Found it. All right, I want that Wasteland back. Can we get it now?
Too late. However, a green source now turns into a counterspell, so there is that.
That seems to be the right play. I see it was a joke because so one of my coworkers would say like how bad a lot of my jokes are or whatever, but what I really have going
It's
for me is my comedic
obnoxious.
timing. Wow, this was fun.
If by fun you mean the opposite of that, yes. Yes, I agree.
It was fun. Who knows? Maybe they put Emrakul in their deck or something. I like how you just weren't even looking at the revealed zone. Look at all those burning wishes. They can't possibly win.
That looks pretty lethal to me.
Yeah, probably. You could pack it in. I wouldn't feel bad.
uh, Being a friend of Mr. Cook, I've learned that sometimes Storm players enjoy this part of the game. So as
Oh,
long as they're playing at a reasonably brisk pace, which this person very
yeah.
much is, let them have their fun.
All right. They decide that they're going to have about 12 drills amount of fun.
Yeah, that I don't need to make them click through, but you know.
Oh, I forgot we won a game. Oh, we're so lucky.
All right, I can live with this.
Yeah, I guess this is where the reclaimers come in clutch.
Yeah, just jamming out discard spell into your reclaimer on one, and then keeping the Flusterstorm up the whole time while tutoring out the combo seems reasonable.
Yeah.
We do need to hit one more land to make that work, but we'll see.
So, Tom, did you also play a lot of ice hockey when you were younger?
So I was big into roller hockey.
Mm-hmm.
This is
So,
interesting.
okay. How about you talk through this situation first? I have questions about that too.
Okay. So it's annoying that they're going to actually just get to straight up kill the reclaimer unless we wait till next turn.
I mean, in
Like,
theory, you could like take the decay and hope that you can just flusterstorm the Adnos.
that seems so greedy.
You're also so far away from winning.
But I can't. I can't even cast the reclaimer this turn if I do that though, because any acceleration gets them ad nauseam on their turn one, so I can't tap out.
Yeah, but like they don't have discard spells or anything. I don't know.
I don't have that in me, so
Okay.
we'll play the long game.
Okay, so first, are the rules or the layout of the court and stuff different between roller hockey and ice hockey?
Yeah, I just should not have clicked that turn. I meant to play the reclaimer. I mean, it's basically the same game.
Hmm. Is it like the same amount of players on the court too?
Yeah, hockey's well. I mean, there are different leagues. Like you can see leagues that play 4-on-4 stuff like that, but generally it's hockey's 5-on-5 with a goalie on each side, regardless.
When did you stop playing?
When I graduated high school, I stopped playing because I am small. So I think at the time I was 155 pounds or something like that. I've since ballooned up to like 165 since then. And the college programs. I mean, I probably could have played, but at the same time, I think they're actually.
Sorry.
I was gonna say. I thought they were gonna. What are they doing?
Yeah, that's fine.
Dark ritual. Oh, okay. Okay.
Fluster storm. Fluster storm.
I mean, I'm guessing this is Past in Flames. Oh, Echo. Yeah. I guess the trick is you don't have to take the decay when they voluntarily discard it for you.
Did I ever tell you that I did a sport from like fourth grade to senior year of high school, and I also stopped when I went to college?
No, what was that?
I did competitive small boat sailing.
Okay, what was that
Yeah,
like?
I loved it. I love the water. Water is really like I don't know, it just really speaks to me in a lot of ways. Just like I feel very calm, but yet focused when I look at bodies of water. Like whenever I travel or I'm on like an airplane or just anything that involves bodies of water, I really feel at home and I don't really know why. Like sailing doesn't run in my family in any sort of way or anything like that. Um, so it does seem kind of weird, but uh, pretty much what happened was that our neighbor across the street when I was in fourth grade just said to my father one day was like, "Hey, you got some smart kids. Like, I think they should just try small boat sailing because it's like very competitive and like it's a sport that you is very like mental and a lot of strategy and all that stuff." And my dad was like, "Okay, yeah, fine." So like I got to join a yacht club where the sailing program is normally by people that are in the yacht club, but he like was one of the higher up like teacher people at the yacht club, so he was able to like his word was good enough for me to join, along with my older sister, and my little sister did for a bit too. Um, so we did the program, and the program only lasts until you're like a senior, like until you graduate high school, like when you go to college. And yeah, so I would spend maybe 7 weeks a summer sailboating in Perth Amboy, which is this town in New Jersey. It's the same town that Arthur Ashe grew up in, the tennis player.
Okay.
Um, yeah, and my mom would drive me. So twice a week we would have sailing practice, and then 4 of the weeks there would also be a regatta, which is like a series of races. So the way like sailing races typically work is that you have a course with like a start line, and then you have like an upwind buoy and a downwind buoy, and you kind of just like they count down how the start works. Like there's this like whistle system or like this buzzer system that like impacts like when you're able to cross the starting line, but then you all fight for like trying to round like the upward buoy, then you go to like the downwind buoy, or you know, it has a name, but you can't go through the start or finish line, which is the same when you're going around the course. So you got to make like a giant loop and then you finish the same way you started. Um, and you do that a number of times, and then depending on how many races they expect and how many participants there are, it's kind of like golf score. They just like add up your score. So if you came in first, then you have 1 point. If you come in second, you have 2 points all the way down to last. And sometimes if they got more races than they would expect, they might drop your lowest score. So if you had like all first and the last, then and they drop the lowest score, then it's like you have all first. And we'd have like trophies and stuff, and it was really nice. And I felt like it was really good from like a social aspect because at that point in my life, I didn't like the people in school were very impacted by how um, about by like grades, and I was one of the smarter people in my school, so I was kind of like treated a little bit differently than most people. But when I went to sailing, like it didn't matter what your grades were or anything; it just mattered what you did on like the course or however you want to put it. So it was one of the first times I felt like not very judged for like, oh wow, that's gonna be hard for us to beat.
Yeah, I really should have been paying attention last turn because that was quite obviously put in there off the emery, and we're sitting with a bog, and I just elected to not bog that for no particular reason.
It's okay. We're gonna keep the fight fair. Um, so then yeah, so then right, so I felt very kind of like accepted and uh a lot Odawara. Jeez. Um, so yeah, I felt really good about my sailing environment. Like I felt like I could still be smart but not be judged in the same way that I felt like I was at times growing up. And I was like pretty good. I was pretty naturally gifted in a lot of ways. Like I could read. There's ways where you can see wind on water, and you can see where there's more wind. It's like kind of hard to describe how it looks, but it has like a distinct look to it. So that's like pretty cool. Anyhow, so then my favorite sailing story. So I like could have gone to the Junior Olympics, but I didn't have I didn't like own a boat, and the yacht club wouldn't like lend us one. I didn't really want to rent one. But my favorite story was my freshman year of college. I came back just to watch everyone, so I wasn't allowed to be in the program anymore because I was older. Like I was already in college, and most of my friends were a year or more younger than me. And I came back, and I would always be the skipper of my boat. So usually sail these boats with two people. They're called JY-15s. They're like 15 feet like in length, like from bow to stern. And so I come back just to watch my friends, and it turns out that they have an extra spot, and they're willing to just let me sail, even though everyone's been training for like 3 weeks at this point. I haven't sailed in over a year, but they're okay with letting me sail. And I so I'm like, okay, fine, like who's gonna be my crew? And they give me this particular guy that most people didn't like sailing that much with, but I remember him. I thought he was like a pretty smart guy, like maybe a little bit like understood, like misunderstood or whatever, but I didn't think he was like a bad person. I think he just tried his best and stuff. So I'm like, okay, I'll like sail with this person. I'm like, hey, do you like remember me? He's like, of course I do. You like always win. And I'm like, great. We'll win today too. Just, just be sure to listen to me. If you have any questions, you can ask. But like in the moment, if like I tell you we just gotta do something, we just gotta do it. And I'll explain it later. And he's like, sir, yes, sir. Like we'll do it. And I'm like, okay, great. Um, and then the boat they gave me was like the worst boat. It like had problems with like its hull, however you want to pronounce that word. But like, so so it would like take on water, which would make it slower and stuff. So whatever. I just like uh so I end up sailing, and I come in third in the first race out of like 7 people. And uh my crew, the guy that no one wants to sail with, he is like, wow, third place. I've never done that well before. Like uh, I wonder if we could do it again. And I'm just like, and everyone's like, oh, Jonathan, like, that's pretty good for like not having sailed for a while. And then I just like tell my crewmate, like, hey, you better strap in because we're gonna win all the other races. And I won all the other races, and I took first place. And I have like tons of, they're not like super fancy, but I've held these trophies at home from like sailing. But that's the trophy that means the most to me because they literally made it as hard as possible. And I didn't even practice, and I still won. And that felt fantastic. Like that means more to me than this like magic plaque that I like won, because like Magic is like a game that has variance and things can like break your way. And sailing, it's like, how are things going to just magically break your way? Like, it's really like both physical and mental. And it's just like, I just knew I was going to win. Like, I just like outplayed people, and it just felt great. So sailing means a lot to me. In fact, one of the people I sailed with growing up went to the same college as me and tried to convince me to go to the same, to join the Rutgers like sailing team. And I said no. And she's just like, wait, like you'd be really good. You're really personable. You could be like captain and all that stuff. I'm just like, nope, those days are behind me. It's just like, but you love it so much and you're so good. And I'm just like, yeah, but, and like, this is pretty flawed logic. Like, it's just how I live my life in some ways. But those memories and what sailing meant to me is just so precious that I don't want to like kind of like override that with other sorts of like thoughts or inklings. Like if I were to do like rucker sailing, I would start associating sailing with ruckers instead of sailing with like this thing that really defined my childhood and really helped me like feel better about myself. So actually, I have like a bracelet that I got. It's like it says like sail fast on it. It's made out of like spinnaker silk, which is like a type of like um, parachute looking sail that you use for downwind sailing on like 420s and certain other types of boats. And well, that's not good for us. Um, so it's like it's actually hard to find these bracelets now, but it was like part of like a charity thing, kind of like the old like Live Strong bracelets. And I've never like taken off. I had to take it off because I took like an exam, like a finance exam, where you weren't allowed to have any forms of jewelry on because they're worried that you would cheat. But besides that, and my previous one breaking, I haven't taken it off since 2006. So it's just like, it's always a part of me. It means a lot to me. I live in an apartment where I can oversee the river, and sometimes I just stare out at the river. That's a pretty good play. Um, so I just, um, yeah, I just kind of love sailing and water. And like, I don't think I'm ever going to buy a boat. I don't think I'm ever going to sail again. And I'm okay. Oh no. And, uh, and I think I'm okay with that.
The answer to our earlier question is yes, we should have put tower in the deck. Also, I have no idea what cards are in that deck, so I'm pretty sure there was probably double-digit mistakes made in sequencing and decisions.
It's okay.
So it's all
We're
good.
just getting it all out now that we could destroy the vintage cube. I actually played way more vintage cube drafts since in the past year than I ever have. So not only did I did 4 vintage cube drafts on Moto because they gave us like the free tokens, and I have 3 accounts. I did 3 for free, and then just one of them I wanted to play some more. But I have a lot of good friends at work that also play Magic, and one of them has a vintage cube that he's been working on. He loves blue though, and he hates aggro. So he tries to not make that much aggro in it, but eventually I got him to put in cards like Scrap Heap Scrounger, so kind of steering him in the right direction of some checks and balances. But we've played that maybe like 15 or 20 times like over the past like calendar year. It's been really fun. So like the first time or two we played, we just played individually like 6-person, 8-person like squads. And I was just like, do you know what would make this a lot more fun? If we just played for like if we played teams like 3v3 or 4v4. We've been doing that and it's been really fun every time. So I feel like I've leveled up a lot. I think there's some of the best cube players I've ever seen in like this friend group. And I actually didn't really cube before playing with these people. I would only play if there was like actual prizes or like a Mox format or something like that that was cube. But it really gave me a respect for this type of Magic. All right, Boseiju coming in clutch, being the green source.
That's very possible. This could be like a Reanimator.
That's what MTG bot says. Have you ever wished that you like were able to keep up with playing hockey?
Um, no, I kind of got it. So to polish that story off from earlier, I got distracted by an opponent doing something in the game. Um, but besides being kind of undersized for that, I
Mm-hmm.
also had a significant history of concussions.
Mm.
So, and it wasn't just hockey; it was um, the nastiest one I had was the girl I was dating at the time uh, was distracted while driving when I was in the passenger seat, and teenage me wasn't exactly safe, so I didn't have a seatbelt on, and she was going around 65 when she plowed into the back of a car that had stopped due to a backup on a merge ramp
Wow.
onto the highway. And my head was in the front of my head was imprinted in the front windshield, and the back of my head was imprinted in the back windshield. And the only reason I know this because I had to go back to the crash scene to get my school bag, essentially, to pick up my books. I woke up. They said I was out for about 45 minutes. I woke up in
Wow.
the back seat. She was under the steering wheel in the front seat, and she ended up having like multiple surgeries on her leg. Like it was really bad, and yeah, so I had two concussions. One was from when I was a lot younger. I fell off a stage at like an amusement park while dancing at like
Oh
7 or 8 years old. So, and then I had a couple from hockey. So I had a couple of evaluations, and they basically said you're seriously risking your quality of life going forward if you get any more concussions. So that kind of killed any thoughts of playing a collision contact sport
Jeez.
going
I mean,
forward.
I'm glad that like you were still able to recover and things were fine after the car accident. That's like potentially very life altering stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
I feel like I would have waited a turn to Thoughtseize just in case they like have Gristlebrand or like their payoff in hand, and that's like kind of
so
bad.
so they were tapped out though, so it could also just as easily be another reanimate or another entomb.
But like it doesn't matter. They don't have anything in the yard. Like they can't multi-spell next turn because they only have one card.
Look, that's so close. All right. We're not about the right plays in this stream. This is wipe the rust off. So we do, oh, all right, fine. Oh god, that's so bad too.
Tough. It's like we we like need the
We're two
depth.
turns away regardless, unless we draw our board and crop here. But I think we have to get the depth.
Yeah. I feel like we have so many more mana sources. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, well, that's actually not the worst because any
Yeah.
green source is the fourth land too now.
Hmm. So what if you end up playing a build that has basics for whatever reason, what set or which basic do you fancy the most?
So the actual answer to that is I've never run a basic in any of my depths lists.
Really?
No, no, my the initial turbo list I ran only had bayous, and then I that was exactly one event. So after that event was over, I built bug depths, and that was always fetch lands, trops,
Mhm.
underground sea, bayou, and I put what? Oh, it's faithless looting. The card looked really cool.
It's the greatest thief in the multiverse. It's Dak Faden.
I like the art.
Yeah.
I just didn't know what it was. It looked really intimidating and
It looked too good.
yeah.
Yeah, I've thought about it more, and some of these alt arts started growing on me. Like the biggest one that I've been about, some of the basics are really good now, and I like that you can get really fancy, cool basics that you feel good about, and it's like very affordable. Like back when it was only like the unsets and maybe the original Zendikar, like those were a little bit more expensive. But now that there's so many lands in every set that just look awesome, I feel like there's a really large amount of like individuality there that's like pretty good. And then I like the alternate arts that like even if they don't look like Magic cards, I don't care that much. I just like the ones that's like pretty clear what the card is or what the card does. Like the ones that look more like movie posters, or even like the Cereals one was like pretty cool, but like Secret Lair. But or the one with like Yargle just like being the character on like opt-ins or splash shares and stuff like that, I thought was really awesome. Um, but I really like the whatever the type of promo or whatever the alt art is for like Den of the Bugbear and Eye of the Beholder, like the D&D book style like art. Those like when I played in Star State Philly, I saw those for the first time like across the table, and I'm like, yeah, this is nice. Like this is what I'm about. So I thought it was really awesome. Or like even doing these retro like things like your hex mages and thought seizes and abrupt decays. I think that's like it's such a small touch, but it makes people so happy. And it's like I wish they did more fancier things with borders, but like made all the art directions a lot more similar. That way it's easier to discern it for people that aren't keeping up with the game as much. But I think overall having like lots of different arts is not good for the game.
Yeah, I think it's hard to keep up with some of the stuff. Like in my break, just having seen stuff in passing on Twitter and having no idea what it is.
Yeah, I just think the arts look too dissimilar. I mean, this has come from the guy that spends way more time trying to pick out what tokens he's going to play for his various cards than he does, actually test for the event. But like, I had Abe and Nicklich like stay over at my place for that event, and I'm just like giving them the smorgasbord of just like tons of tokens that they can use for all their stuff, and they used all of them. Like they're all on all my like Pokemon, Final Fantasy cards, and all this other stuff, and I was so happy. Like I'm always so happy when people use like my Pokemon cards or like the tokens that I would use in the event. Um, I just spend so much time like thinking about it, and I really care about it. And I don't really like collect Magic cards, but I love collecting cards from other games or of characters that I care a lot about. The bog.
We are giving them a bit of time here to draw into some stuff, but luckily all their discards kind of air now.
Hmm. I mean, yeah, they like know that too, though. So if in theory they draw like a Faithless Looting or something, they can like loot it away. But so is there any reason here to end of turn the stage into something?
Yeah, I mean they could be running. I mean I don't think it's going to matter in this matchup, but you never know when you're going to see a needle or what have you. I mean,
Or like,
plus turning it into a blue source, we do have Fluster Storms in the deck, so we could go
okay.
into something where we want to
Or
actually.
like, how does I forget. If you like stage like a basic and they play Magus of the Moon, what is the stage? Is the stage still a
I
basic?
mean, it stays a basic, but I don't know that you can. Um,
It's still probably not good enough.
Speaking of which, there's the Fluster Storm scenario. Not that I think that's going to actually work, but if they were to like say entomb into reanimate, that will actually work.
Mhm. Yeah. And you drew it, so that's just how it works. I hope they go Faithless Looting into whatever, and we get to fluster them. Um,
Or they could just concede.
they want you to talk more into the mic. We had a pep talk about this.
I will move forward. So
You just gotta talk into it.
playing at like 50% capacity here, or about 50% of what I used to play at, is depressing me. So my body is slowly leaning away from the screen. But yeah. So I don't know. I'm feeling the urge to sharpen my skills back up after this. I don't like being so sloppy.
Yeah, I tried to help him with his mic settings. I'm not sure where it needs to be changed. Like I tried looking in OBS and I'm not sure if it could be higher there, but
It's
um
100% on OBS. So unless
yeah,
there's like specific,
I,
I could search for the
I'll
microphone
check it out.
itself.
Okay, let me just look it up. Do you have a blue snowball ice or is it no normal blue snowball?
I think it's just a blue snowball normal. This
Okay.
is not a keep, but I'm keeping it anyway. We're getting all the mistakes out.
Wow. Um,
I don't even know what some of this stuff does.
Wait, so does yours have like a thing on the back of the microphone where it's like a little switch that can be 1, 2, or 3, like in 3 different positions on the
Yes,
back of it?
it's in the middle.
Okay. Um, so one of those might be better. Let me see.
Easy enough to switch it.
Wait. That's really good. That was really loud.
All right. Well, that's switching over one.
Yeah. In fact, you might be too loud now.
I can turn that down.
No. It's good. It's good. It's good. Wait. This is the best it's ever been. Like in my 4 years of doing this, this is a miracle, really. This is a Christmas Eve miracle. Like I don't even care if we lose all the other matches. I can hear you.
Oh, classic.
Wow. Wow. Do you hear that, everyone? That's Tom Hep. Wait, now I'm kind of curious what happens if you move it to the third one.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're staying right here. I was told the chat said do not touch it. So
I mean,
I'm listening. I'm listening to
wait,
Darth.
but we know how to turn it back.
I mean, you can't mess with perfection.
Okay, well, luckily I just looked up online blue snowball mics and they said after you plug it in, look at the 3 positions.
Are you saying I didn't read the instructions? Because that's probably likely.
Yeah. So now I'm curious what the settings were.
I'll have you know that a friend and I play chess every single Monday night, and this has been going on for I don't know, maybe 2 years at this point.
Okay.
And he's been complaining about the volume for 2 years. So
Wait. I actually okay. This explains everything. So in the middle, it's literally set to minus 10 dBs. And the reason why you would do that is for if you're playing live music or have loud sound sources, because it reduces mic sensitivity, so loud instruments or vocalists come in crystal clear and distortion free.
I do have guitars. One's hung up right on the other side of the wall here.
And then, so the other 2 are cardioid, which must be for your heart, right? Your cardioids. And then that is for speech, vocals, and podcasting. It picks up sound from the front, ideal for podcasting, game streaming, or recording vocals and instruments. And then the last one is omnidirectional. That's for conferences, interviews, and environmental recordings. And it picks up sound. It picks up all sound around the mic, perfect for conference calls or recordings and a group of musicians, not magicians. That would have been good for us then. But yeah, so pretty much one of them is for speech. The other one's for every direction. And the middle one is just make it really soft. And that doesn't go well with your softness. We solved everything. I'm so happy now. All right. One's in chat for everyone being happy that we can hear Tom Hep now. This is great. One's in chat. No, we don't want -10. -10's the bad one. I can't believe that. I can't believe that's like the default setting you had it on. Like, I just thought here that you have already explored this and all this stuff, and oh my God. Now I just want to interview you. Like, now that chat can actually hear you. Like, Tom was trying to use, like, oh, they got to hear you more because of all your stories on all that stuff. And
They
she's
do.
like,
You are the more important talker. You're the more skilled
yeah,
talker.
but now we can hear you.
All right. So the question is, do we stifle their fetch land, or do we stifle their Urza Saga?
I mean, what do you think the saga gets?
I have no idea. Probably Needle, maybe.
Aether Spellbomb.
Wizard
Step through.
I could counter this.
I don't know. They might get Venser.
I mean, I can counter that too. All right, let's see. I'm curious. I want to see what they can do.
Wait.
Ooh, that was really dumb. I shouldn't have allowed that.
Yeah. Well, now you have to counter this, right?
Yes, because this gets the
Shuko.
Yeah.
Luckily, there were enough things to stifle. That way, we could choose the right one.
Well, I don't know that this was the right one. It's probably the wizard cycling.
At least we had an opportunity to interact. We still might just die, but
yeah. Well, I've been messing. All right.
Oh wow, that's stifle.
All right, so
we stifled their plans.
So this is not real. Like, it's been a while since I played Cephalid Breakfast. That's no longer relying on the graveyard, right?
No longer what?
It's no longer relying on the graveyard. Does it kill with something like, or does it still reanimate the Thassa's Oracle?
Yeah, it still reanimates Thassa's Oracle.
Okay, so then the graveyard stuff is relevant. It doesn't have to.
Their fair plan's a lot better though. Like
wizard cycling into cast.
Thassa's Oracle.
Oh, so they get it. Okay, so they can basically get it straight into their hand. So
yeah, right. They don't have to, but it's like we have hand disruption, so I think attacking the graveyard's still good.
Okay. I mean, Needle for Shuko seems really bad, but I guess Decay is pretty good.
I wonder if the Collector Oof does anything. Probably not. You're not worried about like Plow or anything like that?
I mean, we do still have cards for that.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, I guess we're fine.
We still have 8 discard spells, 4 crop rotations, a Reclaimer.
Wait, we have 7 discard spells. You cut one.
Oh, that's right. That's a good call.
That means we have to cut the Boseiju. It's just not holding it.
All right.
No, wait. I was just kidding.
I'll do anything you say. We're not going for.
Oh my
God.
God.
Not going for play accuracy tonight. That's for sure. The needles seem kind of loose.
I don't know if the bog's that good.
The needles are loose, right? Just the name Shuko.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
I don't like that. I guess throw one of these back in.
Yeah, we didn't even cast Not of This World once yet.
And we'll leave 1 copy in.
Yeah.
This is so definitely not. I do have a spreadsheet somewhere with exactly how to board against these decks, but
all right, I love it when people ask me questions. I start a new role as like a recruiter and education person, and I like force people to ask me questions, and I love it. Do I miss Legacy? Yes. So I'm super this is gonna go on like a slight tangent, but I'm like, as most things do. So I'm super into like self-improvement, and I like read a lot of, maybe like podcasts and like listen to and talk to people about a lot of like things. And I've just thought about things that like make me pretty happy. And I really do like playing Legacy just in general. Like I'd probably play Legacy right now, but it's just difficult for me to play Magic. And I can't exactly figure out why. I think part of it is that I don't have like the same sort of like fire or like pro aspirations or anything like that. But then the other thing is like, it's like I have a lot of pride in a lot of things, and I feel like that has gotten in the way of some of my like ability to play Magic. So for instance, like I just have some stats that are like pretty incredible that if I were to play more Magic, they would definitely wouldn't hold up. But then that's just like me living in the past. It's not like very healthy or anything. So um like one stat I really liked was despite playing like over 50 Delver mirrors, I've only lost like 6 matches or something. Um, which is kind of like an amazing stat. But if I were to play Legacy, I would probably play like Grixis or Blue Red Delver, and inevitably, I would lose mirrors, and then that stat would just go down. And really, the stat doesn't mean anything. It's not like I get something for being the best person at playing Grixis Delver mirrors. And if anything, if I just had 500 more reps with Delver mirrors, I'd be even better than I was. But instead, I like leaning on the fact that I could say that, and like that gets in the way of me playing Magic sometimes, which is like really silly when I say it out loud. Um, Similar thing happens with control decks. Since Sphinx's Revelation was in standard, I've only lost like I think it was like 8 control mirrors or something like that. And I played over like 70 control mirrors, both in Sphinx's Rev like matches at like high stakes and stuff, like between challenges, PTQs, Pro Tours, and stuff like that. And I consider myself really good at it. But the problem is when I go to sign up for a tournament, I like choose not to play control because if I play control mirror and lose, then it like hurts that stat. But really that just shouldn't matter. I should just play more control and get better. But instead I just don't play control. So then I'll play like Tron or an aggro deck and like be able to say I'm still great, but it's really just my previous thing was great and it doesn't matter for like the future. So I'm trying to get over that. I'm like working on it. I like listened to a podcast on something called like effortless perfection and how it's like really bad for you, that it gets in the way of improvement, happiness, and a lot of other things. And I've come to realize that a lot of my magic stuff has a lot of like effortless perfection to it, where like I'm known for not testing before any pro tournaments and just maybe talking to people and reading stuff and doing like very well, like better than a lot of people that play Magic full time. And it just seems like I just nonchalantly can just like walk in and like do pretty well. But if I just like played for even 20 hours preparing for any of those pro tours, I would probably have like a pro tour top 8 or two. Like I did really well in a lot of pro tours where I didn't know what my cards did for like the first couple rounds. Like my first game of the draft format and my first game of the constructive format would be literally pro tour day, like in the event. Um, and I wouldn't even know all the cards in my deck half the time. And if I just spent a little more time, I think in some worlds I'm like even still on the pro tour at this point. The fact that I got to like where I was by playing so little Magic was actually really amazing. And I think I just took a lot for granted. And at some point it's like disrespectful to like the people that did put in like all the time and stuff that I wasn't willing to do the same. Um, but like yeah, you can make the argument that I like put in a lot of time as a kid and all this stuff. Or that I'm like gifted in some sort of way, but I don't really believe in any of that. I think variants like shine nicely upon me a few times, and I was in the right place in the right time, surrounded by the right people. I was given a lot of like charity or help by a lot of people throughout my life, just in terms of like people giving me deck lists, people giving me advice, even if I wouldn't be able to help that much. So I think if and I've considered coming back to Magic and like going full throttle, like playing in all the PTQs or RCQs or whatever, and like really trying to make it back to the Pro Tour and stuff like that. And I think I need to get over those sorts of things involving being okay, like testing again, which is like really weird. Um, but I just really haven't tested for any events in like the past forever. I still have like a good method for like having a full-time job and being able to juggle like pro magic, but even if I like did that, it wasn't like particularly good. And I have to get this fear of like losing control mirrors because I'm so good at them or whatever. And then I have to get over this fear of playing Delver because I have so much fear of losing because I have such a good track record. So I miss Legacy a lot. I think like when I got into Legacy, the reason why I chose playing Delver was because I wanted to pick a deck such that I felt like all my wins like could be made, but my losses were definitely my fault, whether or not it's mulliganing, deck building decision, or like actual like play like decision. I felt like Delver kind of did it all. And I felt like if I was going to play a format like Legacy, that where you get really rewarded for format knowledge and understanding how, you know, the stack and sequencing and stuff like that works, then that's what I'm going to put all my skill points into. Even if Delver was like a tier 2 deck the whole time, I still would play it. It just happened that Grixis Delver was the best deck in the format for a while, and that Blue Red Delver happens to be like one of, if not the best deck right now. But even if they like banned, I don't know, EI, DRC, and Murktide, I would still play Grixis Delver or Blue Red Delver or whatever. Because I feel like it just promotes the decision making that I want to sign up for when I play Legacy. And I just I think Magic's awesome. I really wish I had the motivation to play Legacy more, or just Magic in general. But I don't know. It's hard to like reignite the fire. Like I never thought I would be in this type of situation, but I will say that like playing Cube with my friends every couple weeks has really helped me just be like, yeah, I love Magic. Like I don't regret how I spent my time at all as a Magic player. But yeah, I uh, I very much miss a lot of things. And like I don't know what's gonna be. I don't know. I guess it's almost worse for you, right? That we drew
Yeah,
that.
it didn't matter, but
You,
yeah,
yeah, like if they drew swords, it's like really bad for us.
yeah. I lost a turn earlier by not playing around or by playing around swords when they didn't have it, and then proceeded to take the wrong card with the discard spell, giving them another turn with the Teferi because I forgot that shut off our instant speed answers, and Prismatic Ending would answer it. So yeah, it was about on par with most of the rest of the matches.
It's okay. 3-2 is pretty good considering, you know, haven't played for a while, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go back and watch that later and dissect all of the many, many, many mistakes that were made. I believe that's pretty close to an all-time high with a depth stack for me. But
So Darth Dog asking chat that do you feel burnt out of Magic?
so that was my initial reason for stopping. There's a lot of stuff going on in my life, and I'd played way too much Magic, as partially because I enjoyed it and I'm hyper competitive. So whenever I get involved in something like trying to qualify for whatever, whether that was the showcase events or things like that, or trying to run up league numbers or some of the other events, like I'm competitive. So once I get into that mode, I'm into that mode. So I probably played a bit too much due to the competitive stuff and just
Wait, can you try raising the mic a little?
Oh, I pushed it down because I thought the new volume would.
No, I think there's like a minimum gain. So at least for me, you like cut off like when you would stop talking and start talking again, it would like not be great. But I think that has to do with proximity also.
Gotcha. Yeah. So partially playing too much and partially just wanting to focus on some other things in life is why I stopped initially. Since then, I thought initially like maybe it'd be like a month or two, the break, and now it's been 2 years, and it'll be 2 years in January, and I've only played. This is literally the third time I've played Magic. Once was for like a video verse, an Infect player. One was just as like almost like a bet on a Discord call, like a year ago, and then this. Other than I guess and last year on Christmas Eve too. So I guess I've played 4 times since then, and it's only been a handful of matches and then stop, handful of matches then stop. So I thought I'd get back to it. I just didn't. Like a lot of things in life. At one point, I was working on a relationship. Then I got promoted at work, and I was absorbing a lot more hours than I'd been previously doing. And then my father died, and then it's just been one thing right after another, and it just hasn't come back. And it felt like every time I tried to look at the Magic stuff, especially on Twitter, it was just all of the people that I like talked to or valued their opinions were just complaining. Like every time I would see it, it would be like, oh, well, this is ridiculous. Oh, this is unhealthy. Oh, this card needs to get banned. That card needs to get banned. And it's just, it kind of put me in a spot where I just felt like a little bit disconnected. And I think part of it is the pace of products too. Like, I don't think we had a game where I didn't either see a new card from the last year or two or a new art of an old card from the past year or two. So it feels like the pace at which this format changes, like you used to be able to take a 6 months to a year break and come back and just play. And yeah, there'd be some new stuff sprinkled in, but not to the degree that it is, and not entirely new archetypes. Like that was the first time I saw 2 or 3 cards out of the 8-cast deck. I'd never played against the land that's a bounce spell. I never played against the 4/4 that puts a bunch of counters on things.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it was Eternal Weekend, the mono white deck is basically all new cards. So so the pace of it is kind of nuts. And I didn't think that was particularly healthy for the game period. So that just added a little bit to how I was feeling. It's like, well, do I really want to do this? Plus there's paper, which is always a big part of it. And I personally didn't feel comfortable for a long time during the pandemic going anywhere near a convention center or any place where there were going to be hundreds or thousands of people interacting like that. So, and my partner that I live with has a autoimmune disease. So yeah. So the concept of, it's one thing to go live your life and not care if you get it. It's another thing if you go live your life, get it, and give it to someone that the odds of it actually seriously harming are a lot higher. So once you cut out, being able to see people, outside of a Discord call or outside of a stream, that also is limiting to a certain degree. So that was a really long answer. But yeah, so it's just a variety of things, but I'm hopeful some of my situations are calming down and I am off through January 3rd. So my thought was if this was enjoyable, like if it was enjoyable to play and hang out and do a stream that, just kind of like dipping the toes in. And if that was fun, do it again. And if that's fun, continue to do it and take it from there. So
like the way even if it's like a small candle, like the way the fire works is like always really, really tough. It's just like I thought like my fire was gone for like a while, and then like I remember I knew that Star City was happening in Philly in the Valley Forge area, and like I live right next to there, and I was just gonna go to the site and talk to people. And I remember months earlier, like Abe was just like, hey, I think it'd be great if you play. A lot of people love watching you play. I want to see you play. And like, I'll get you any deck you want. Like, I know you're not keeping up with Pioneer. Like, it'll be okay. And I'm just like, I'm not playing. And he's just like, I'll pay for your entry. And I'm like, I'm not playing. And he's just like, what can I do? And I'm just like, nothing. Like, it's just not happening. Like, I hold myself up to higher standards. I don't want to like not be practicing and all that stuff. So then that night, it's the night before the event, I'm about to go to sleep. I'm housing like Abe and Nikolic and another one of my good friends like Andy Vorel and one of my best friends from middle school. And I'm like saying goodnight to everyone. Everyone's going to battle tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. And I tell everyone again, I am not playing. And I go to sleep. I wake up with 2 things. One, I had one of the worst leg cramps I've had in my life. I was just like semi-limping around the convention center. Like, I don't even know why. And then I just got up and I'm just like, this is wrong. Like, I feel bad that I'm not playing. I'm playing. So then I like woke up Abe and I'm like, Abe, like event starts in like a little bit over an hour. Do you think you can still get another copy of whatever deck do you think is best? Like I'll just play the same 75. And he's just like, yeah, like let's do it. I'm just like, I also don't know how MTG Melee works. I don't have an account, like all this stuff. And he's like, no, we'll help you. We'll get everything. So like literally 25 minutes later, I'm signed up. I'm given this deck. I'm reading half the cards in my deck. I don't even know what they do. And I just like go to the event and I'm like, this is right. I'm supposed to be playing. Like this feels great. So then round one, I play against this like Karuga Fires deck. And for those who don't know, like I got my first GP top eight like really late in my life. And it was playing Fires in Oko Standard. So like I'm like, wow, I wish I could play Karuga Fires. Like that deck is sweet. And then so I lose to that. Then I win round two playing against Mono White. I'm playing red black, like mid range or whatever you want to call it. Red black, Fable, the Mirror Breaker, Shieldred, and then round three I play against a really cool Indomitable Creativity deck. I'm just like, wow, can never beat that. That deck's really sweet. I'm just having like the time of my life, just like competing, losing. You need to go 6-2 to day two. I'm 1-2, and I've already like resigned myself to not day twoing. But then like over time, like I'm playing against people and sitting across from people that are like, hey, we played in 2000 and like 2012. It was like GP Pittsburgh and like all this stuff. I'm like, whoa, you remember that? Like, great. And he's just like, yeah, how could I forget playing against you? Or like another person's just like, hey, like huge fan. Like we played against you in a team tournament and like you were just the nicest person while crushing people and like people still want to interact with you after losing. Like that's fantastic. And I'm just like, this is home. This is where I need to be. Like I was going through like some rough stuff at like work and stuff like that, and this was just like the exact opposite. I was just like, I feel so loved. Everything is really nice. Everyone was telling me how much they like miss me. I like trolled like Zach Allen to like get him to play some really bad cards in his deck, while also convincing him to play some really good cards in another deck, and like it was just the whole package. And I ended up winning the last 5 rounds, making day two, and I'm just like, that's what's like. And then I like woke up for day two. I'm like, yep, just like another day. Like, let's go. And I ended up losing my winning in for top eight. But like, there were pictures on Twitter of me jamming. I got to play with all my tokens that I've been collecting for years, like of just like really rare Pokemon cards or cards from other card games. And it was really fantastic. And after that event, I was like, maybe I do want to play Magic again, but I still need to figure out like the terms and conditions in which I want to play. For instance, like I used to skip a lot of Mother's Days and Father's Days and birthdays to like go to Magic tournaments. Like I used to be playing qualifiers like 40 to 50 weekends a year, and it was just like it's kind of a lot between like traveling or playing Magic online and just locking up on my weekends. Like I don't think I want to make the same sort of sacrifices. So I'm trying to be a little bit more deliberate with my time, and I'm trying to not look at like the points or the structures or like the RCs or anything. I'm just gonna play events, and if they tell me I qualify for something, I'll consider going to it, but nothing's a lock for me. So I think my overall relationship with like life is like a little bit better, in that I think my priorities are a little bit better, but I still don't think the fire's back, but I really loved going to that event. It made me feel really awesome.
Very nice. That's a really funny story, actually. So first question before the second comment. So yeah, it felt comfortable. It felt really normal playing again right there. It's just I'm running into a lot of the same thoughts and concerns that Jonathan just was talking about, in that I find it really hard to, in my own head, I have an exact idea of what I think my results should be or where my level of play should be. And if it's not that, it like actively eats at me.
Yeah.
So like the result of the league we just played is actively annoying me at the moment. So like to get back into the pattern of having to feel like, I don't know, I need to break the pattern of feeling like I have to excel and can't just play for fun and amusement. And then just get onto a schedule where I can just do that whenever the urge hits, but not have to play up to some sort of level that I invented in my own head.
Yeah.
So I think that's the key to that. And as far as the signed lodge token, so I took it to work and signed it and put it in my drawer and planned on mailing it. And I've seen it 3 times since then and have made notes to mail it 3 times since then. And it is still sitting in that drawer at my desk at work, which I will not be back at until January 4th.
So it'll be a late holiday gift.
Yeah. So I will make the 4th note to send that out. I do have it because that was the funny part about it is because I asked what version what version they wanted, made sure to get the right version and everything, and just never mailed it.
So speaking of signatures, though, there's like a story, or I guess you could say like a tradition that Tom have had with me. Do you want to tell? I feel like it's more your story than it is mine.
You can start it off and I can jump in.
I don't even remember exactly where it started. So I guess it kind of starts with when we first really got to meet each other, which was sort of, which is this Star City in Philly where we play in the Classic, and like we end up playing this like top 8 match. It was really fun. It was really like casual and banter heavy and just really fun. Then I realized like a time or two later that we actually played in the past in like Edison. So we even played before that. And I just remember him being like some weird, quiet old guy was what I thought. And of which maybe some held up, maybe some didn't. But so what started happening later on though was later on like Tom would like find the old matches and stuff and have me sign them every time he would say. I forget exactly like how this started.
So basically, the key to it was before the match. Well, something was wrong with your sleeves, so somebody took your deck to do. I guess the head judge
Oh, yeah.
took your deck and
Well,
eventually either ended up re-sleeving the entire thing. I don't remember the
no,
specifics,
no,
but there
no.
was
Wait. So Syracuse, yeah. So I actually thought I lost my Grixis Delver list. I was like ready to quit Magic
no.
or
This was
my deck.
no.
Oh,
This
not
is
that one?
Philly. This is Philly.
Oh,
So everybody else in that top 8 had started playing besides
yeah.
us, and we were just sitting around because they were doing something with your deck. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah. There was a
And
sleeve issue, yeah.
I had told you that we'd played a couple times before, and you said you didn't believe me
Yeah.
because, well, it was after you asked what had happened in the matches, and I said, you were always on Delver. It's a bad matchup for you. I won both, and you're like,
Mhm.
well, that can't possibly be true because I remember all my losses and I don't remember you.
Yeah. I
So
always say how I have such a good long-term memory that if anyone ever says something, I'm just like, no way. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
so basically you were claiming that they didn't happen. So after that match, which was fantastic because we were making the judges uncomfortable with how much we were kind of
Oh
going
yeah.
back and
It
forth
was so good.
to the point where they kind of half thought we were serious, even though we weren't, and thought we were going over the line, even though, you know,
You
it
you
was.
you won that classic, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That was a fun event. Whenever you win, it's a really fun event, generally speaking.
Yeah,
But
you got to win. You beat Jeff White in the finals. Even my winning in for top 8 was also really interesting. I thought Brightling was the best card ever, so I just played 4 True Name Nemesis that could beat Brightling.
I do remember that. I do remember that because I told you before your last match that you could draw in when that was 100% not accurate. And you
Yeah.
told me that you did the math and it wasn't accurate. And after I ID'd, I went back and looked and I was like, oh, he was right. I'm glad he didn't listen to me. I would have drew you right into ninth.
Yeah, so that was also the same tournament that I came up with a strategy post board against a lot of decks of boarding out all my Delvers and all my Gurmag Anglers and only having 4 True Name Nemesis and 1 Snapcaster Mage and leaving all my Days of Spell Pierces and Forces and just being True Name Control. And I did that in 4 of my matches and won all of them just because of that. Like, they're just like, I would play a Thoughtseize on them, and their hand would just be like 3 Swords of Plowshares. And I'm like, yeah, those do nothing. Here's another True Name. And it was so good. That was the weekend before Pro Tour 25th, where I lost playing for top 4. Uh, Largely inspired by playing my 4 True Name list.
Yeah, your list was hyper weird because I remember very specifically just destroying the Delver lists at that time. And you're running like Diabolic Edict, Echoing Truths.
Yeah.
Like you had 3 or 4 different 2 casting cost
Only
answers.
two. It was just the
No, it was
one
more than
edict and the one echoing truth.
no, it was 3. You're forgetting that
Maybe.
you're just supposed to have the better memory here. I specifically remember taking either the Edict or the Bounce Spell, and you won one game 2 with a second copy
Okay.
of one of them. So you definitely had at least 3.
Yeah, it must have been 2 edicts then.
That deck list exists somewhere. I'll go find it on
Yeah.
Star
No.
Seaside.
I could find it.
So
Wait,
either
you
way,
keep on telling the story.
so either way, yeah. So after the match, I was offended by your little comment that you would have remembered it if you'd lost, and I knew it happened. So at that time, I kept track of all my matches like in a notebook. So I knew if I went back, I'd find them eventually. So I went back and found the matches, and thought it would be hysterical if I showed them to
Yeah, I
you
found
one at a
it.
time.
It's 2 diabolic edict, 1 echoing truth. That seems right. I mean, I guess I'm looking at the list, but yeah, it seems right.
Yeah. So the only thing bad about that notebook is it got filled up, so I can't actively bring it to track anymore, and still
Oh,
harass you with
this
it at
deck
the
list
same
was
time.
so good. I played Thoughtseize with Thoughtscour. So the plan was you Thougeize them, and then they brainstorm. So they put their best 2 cards on top. Then you take their card in hand, then you Thoughtscour them, and you get their best 3 cards, and you only spent 1 card.
That's that's like what I used to do against the control decks, where you would take one of their key cards, they would brainstorm away their whatever other
You
cards they were trying to
surgical
protect, and
them?
you would surgical their plows or whatever and shuffle their other cards away.
Yeah.
I love shuffling decks.
Yeah. I want to do that in Legacy now. I still think it's good. I still think you can Thoughtseize Thoughtscour people. And it's even better when people are playing Mystic Sanctuary. You can just Thoughtscour them.
Mystic Sanctuary. I don't know. I don't know if Thought Scour is any good when it's an ancient. Is it an ancient tomb format now, between the initiative deck, the Blood Moon deck, and the 8 cast deck?
Oh
Is
no. You need more blue cards to pitch to your force effects. It's fine.
Well, it sounds like you got a list to build.
Oh, don't worry. So I have a coworker that also likes playing bad Grixis Delver cards, and we kick a lot of ideas back and forward. I convinced him to play a really bad Cobalt Therapy deck at Legacy Champs. Okay, let's get the Cube show on the road. So I feel like I let us down last year. So I've been practicing, and I feel like we're gonna crush it this time. So you have a vintage point, the bottom one.
Is it which one
Yep,
are we playing?
it's this.
Elimination or this?
No, it's this.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so I've been practicing a little. I played 4 of these drafts, but I feel like I have some heuristics that are pretty decent.
All right, that's
but
good,
I don't.
because I'm going to be a reader on a lot of these cards.
So I don't know a lot of the cards either, so I might have to have you read some to me. But
Gotcha.
but I think my heuristics for what to do in Cube have increased a lot by surrounding myself with some really good Cube drafters. All right, this is not an easy pack though. All right, do you like anything? We'll start there.
I mean, just from I don't cube, but obviously LED is a combo-oriented card, but I don't generally run storm decks. The fetch land's always a thing.
Yeah, so fetch lands. So I only take broken cards, then fetch lands.
Okay.
And then everything else. So I would definitely take Bloodstained Mire here. So there's like Triomes, fetch lands, and Triomes, shock lands, and original dual lands, but there's only 10 fetch lands. And the fetch lands are just really, really good. Like, they just do so much, and there's so many cards that care about things in the graveyard that's like really important to get them. This pack is kind of hard, so depends on what direction we want to go in. I kind of want to play. I really like Armageddon, Birds of Paradise, one of those types of cards. But Evolved Sleeper has also really surprised me. It's been pretty good. And I usually end up playing blue-black in a lot of my decks. So I kind of want to take the Evolved Sleeper.
I don't even know what this does.
Yeah, so it's like a Figure of Destiny, except on the 3rd mode, you keep on drawing a card and losing a life.
Okay.
Yeah. So I like that card a lot. Okay, so yeah, well, I'm not LSB. Yeah, so I'd probably just take Trinket Mage. You can usually just get anything like good with it. Okay, we could get Walking Ballista. Fury is like fine. There's not too many good cards here either. So like the Downfall's fine. I think I want to take the Ballista. It kind of keeps us open. It's good against the more aggressive decks. So this one's also tough. Why do we only get the tough ones? I either want Grief or Dig Through Time. So Grief can like nab a card in their hand, and you can sometimes get it back too. It's like Unmask on a thing, but then Dig Through Time is that one.
Yeah. Looks like we might have a hard time getting to this though.
All right, let's take the Grief. You can also like reanimate the Grief, which is pretty fun too.
Now you're speaking my language. Combo cards.
I just always end up in these blue-black decks. Like I just feel like there's just so many directions I can go in. So Triomes are really good. So I would only take, but like there's so many fetch lines. So if there's a really solid card, I would take it. Ophiomancer and Luris are both pretty good because we have Evolved Sleeper and Walking Ballista. But I don't think either of those are like completely necessary. So I like taking the Triome, just making sure the mana's fine. It gives us the ability to splash cards like Oko and Leovold. I never pass Leovold, so being able to cast that a little more consistently is really good. So I never pass any card that combos with draw sevens. So Shieldred, Leovold, and Narset, I think, are three of the best cards. Okay, this one's interesting. We could take Bobble to go with Trinket Mage. Wosh Rider's like surprisingly fine. It's not fantastic, but so pretty much allows you to like have sack outlets while also being able to like be a threat. And then there's also the land. The Triome's the Naya Triome, if we end up wanting to be multiple colors. I think I would just take the Bobble here and then just pick Emery higher. I'm trying to think if I like any of the other cards, but no, I'd take the Triumph. So yeah, I guess I draft like the boringish decks, but there's a lot of like cards that I think are unbeatable that people just don't play. Like I think like the Gix card is like pretty good. So yeah, like cards that have impressed me are like Gix, or however you want to pronounce that card, like Endress and or whatever's called, and Toski. Like all the ones that are like when my creature hits, you do something. They're like a lot better than I thought they would be. Like you have a lot of like incidental cards that make tokens sometimes, like cards like Seasoned Pyromancer, even that Shark Typhoon token like could have tabled, and this like by itself just ends up being like oh, I can make you discard and then like set up like playing this card, like if I play like Thoughtseize or Inquisition and then like play a 3/3.
So you didn't know you'd be assisting with Mock's preparation, did you?
I didn't even know who's qualified. I don't even know who's qualified for anything really. Yeah, I take the Inquisition. So discard spells are a lot better than I thought they were when I first started keep drafting. Because like I didn't think of it as both like I can stop them from doing their unfair thing and I can allow me to do my unfair thing. So let's see. If I end up splashing, what is it going to be for? Let's take Garrick Wildspeaker. We in theory, end up being this like black-green like rock style deck. And then maybe we have like 6 drops that we need to like go into or something like that. So I'm trying to think what happens like when we don't play blue. Yeah, I would take the endurance also. Similar logic. Yeah, exactly. We might even do 2 drafts tonight. We'll see how quickly this one goes. I was telling Tom I want to end earlier, but I'm loving this.
We're going to demonstrate exactly what not to do, and that will be a mistake that he will not make in the event.
Yeah, you can credit us in your victory speech.
Exactly like that. They demonstrated exactly what paths not to go down.
So I think, yeah, I remember this pack had some random green card. Yeah, that plays. But yeah, Evolve Sleeper has also been good with just like instant speed removal spells. So you can just like leave up, I could draw a card, and then just be able to hit them. We have Grief and Endurance. I don't know if we can lose. We have all these pitch cards. Oh yeah, we'll take Kitchen Finks. We need to beat some mono red player, right?
You never know. I believe we did play versus mono red once or twice last year.
Yeah.
We had a slightly better lifelinker in that match, though. I think we had Gristlebrand in play.
Slightly better.
Yeah, I mean, gained 7 as opposed to 2. So
I did play some Gristlebrand earlier today. That got to gain 7 a few times.
Somebody tried to play Gristlebrand tonight. That didn't work.
Why is everyone so slow? There's only one card left.
Yeah, that was the one thing I noticed earlier. And granted, it is an extremely small sample size, but going down to 7 discard spells was basically not noticeable. We seemed like we drew a pretty healthy amount of discard throughout the league.
We also drew the Boseiju a lot, but that's pretty good for us.
Yeah.
We might even play that one.
Yeah, the Boseiju did absolutely nothing other than be a land once.
So the inside joke with my friends I vintage cube with is that I always end up in 4 colors, but I try really hard to be 3 colors. I just end up always having enough fixing and being like very easy to splash the 4th color. But it's almost never 5 colors, which is really funny. It's just always 4. So then at the end of every draft, we always try to guess which color I'm not, and that's usually right. It's just so easy if you pick fetch lands higher. And then you're just like getting Okos that people have to pass and stuff. Like, fetch lands are just the best thing. Like, I would only take cards like Fractured Identity or like Ragavan, Power, Oko, Minskimbu. Like, those are the only cards I'm like taking over. Like, they have to be really broken if I'm taking over a fetch land. Leopold, Narset, and Shieldred is like kind of close. All right, you can take that card.
Are you sure? There's a fetch land in here.
Power qualifies.
All right, fine.
And we probably table like the Baleful Strix or Fatal Push, which is really good. Like that pack had so many things, like the Trop, the fetch land, just like. But this is good, right? Like we have like the Triome and.
Imagine you open that window to hit with the Evolved Sleeper, and then you get to do it twice. That's got to be the best thing, right?
Time Walk is really good with Garruk Wildspeaker. You can like play Garruk Wildspeaker, untap 2 lands, Time Walk, then overrun them.
Yeah. Pretty sure Time Walk is good with just about every card in the cube.
0 mana Explore, yeah. or better. Yeah, I haven't cast a time walk yet in this cube, so glad to be doing it here.
We haven't drawn it yet.
I'm not worried. You might need to worry about casting it, but I wouldn't worry about drawing.
Those are lots of really good cards.
Yeah. What do you like?
You're not gonna like the kind of thing I like, hitting people with swords, but that's not your game.
With like Sword of Feast and Famine?
Yeah, like I'm guessing this is really good as well.
Yeah, I have like an unreasonable attachment to Planeswalkers, but I do kind of like Toski.
I don't know
But
what
I
that
think
does.
I think it wheels, so I think that's fine. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna wheel. I mean, I'm not opposed to taking the sword. I do like Garrick a lot, though. I appreciate that.
No problem. Look, sometimes we go in your direction, sometimes we go in my direction. And the last
Yeah,
cube we drafted was a Channel Oath Sneak Attack
I,
Eldrazi deck of
I
mine.
still can't believe that deck.
And
Like,
you didn't want to do that, so I drug you down that direction,
yeah,
and you know
I can't believe that deck even did well. It was so bad.
it was not bad. When you have that many different ways to just do something broken in the first couple turns of the game, how can you go wrong?
It was so bad.
It was not.
It was the last thing you expected there. Yeah. Um, I just don't cube like the other people. I'm cut differently. Yeah, I definitely take fetch land. If we get Leovold, we're playing it.
Even gets both of the triomes. Gotta love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I think you can just play earlier creatures with like Gix, Trotsky, and Hendrik. Yeah. Wait, is that not what I said? I think I am built different. Or did I say differently? Oh no. Um, yeah, we're lacking some important things, but I don't think anyone is in black green bad cards, so I think we'll be fine.
Somebody took a Primeval Titan. That's about the only green card of note that didn't come back. So,
Oh, cut different. Yes, you're right. I did say that. Thank you. That's
so
that's the same Olivia from last year. That I have no idea what it does. What does that Olivia do?
this is the one we killed someone with this.
Returned. Yeah, I can't believe we even played that card. It's so bad.
I think we
Um,
returned something obnoxious, if I recall correctly.
so we could take the Bayou or the Revoker. So the advantage to the Revoker is that if we want to be on this like 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop plan, the Revoker is like really good to help us curve out a little. But the Bayou just helps us with consistency.
Yeah.
I kind of want to take the Revoker. Like, I really want to be able to play Gix and Planeswalkers and stuff.
Yeah. We also have very, 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 very minimal interaction. So a card that may actually interact and help us against something may be
Yeah.
worthwhile. Yeah. Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, Custodial Lich is broken. Custodial Lich is way too good and should. Mono cards are just not okay. So we have to take that one.
This?
Yeah, that card's just broken.
Oh, Monarch.
Yeah, it's like Palace Jailer, but better and worse.
Gotcha. Yeah, how did we pass the 2-drop Vampire Hexmage? That's a violation of our stream agreement.
Wait, we did take a 2-drop, or was that different?
We didn't take the right 2-drop. We took Revoker over it. It's a better answer to Planeswalkers than Revoker is.
The other card that I've never seen lose a game of Cube in my year of playing cubes is the Scarab God. But it usually wheels, so I don't have to take it that highly. But now every deck I have always plays the Scarab God. Probably just the fetch land. I mean, Ragavan's like really good, but I think it's too hard to get the untap source. Um, like Infernal Grasp is like kind of good, but I think it's replaceable. But I think fetch lands are really good. Like if we even get like Run in 6 or like Life from the Loam, I probably play it. Or if the excavator tables, but just the fetch lands are too good. Plus, I do kind of want to play this Knight of Autumn. And that's how you end up 4 colors.
I had no doubt that we were either going to get there or you were going to try to get us there.
It's not intentional. It just happens. Oh, Shieldred's so good. I'm just making sure it's better than Teferi Time Raveler. It's kind of hard because we could probably play
Blue,
Time Raveler.
white, blue
Yeah,
and white.
I just take Shieldred. Because like if we get any draw 7s, we can play with Shieldred. Like I'd play Twister with my Shieldred, and I think most people don't take Leovold as highly as I do, so it's probably just unlikely it's been opened yet.
Yeah. You also said you don't pass this card, so
I try not to. I have like once I think so far, but like I like cards that combo with the draw 7s or are good against my opponent's draw 7s.
I'm just saying you never pass a card and then debating whether or not to take it 7th pick. You probably should just take the card.
So this one is actually pretty hard. So we do already have a few fetch lands. Temple Garden would help us a lot, but Cathar Commando and Mesmeric Fiend are both pretty good. I think I'd probably take Mesmeric Fiend. It's not easy though. I could see any of those, like the land or Mesmeric Fiend, but
This helps.
Satoski's got a table.
This helps the argument to keep you out of another color. So I'm gonna you said the name and it helps.
Yeah, you're trying to cut me off.
You got to do the little things. When you give me windows to assist in where I'd really like to go, I got to take it.
That's the push I wanted, so that's good. Yeah.
You don't want to Elvish Reclaimer out our fetch lines and triumphs.
You only play one in your. Yeah, it is a 1-drop.
You're passing every card in my actual constructed deck in a draft. Oh, the sword came back too. Now I have to actually read this. I don't know what this does.
I think the card's really good. Yeah, I want to take it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the card's really good.
All right. If we ever draw that in a situation, I'm evaluating it or versus what a sword would have done in that spot.
Yeah, so it's either Ooze or Godless Shrine.
You wanted 2 drops, right?
Yeah, like Collective Brutality isn't even bad, but Caracas is also really good. I'd just take Caracas. Wow. It's like being able to bounce like the legendary cards is like almost removal at times.
Or protection for ours.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think that's really good.
Now I'm passing stage. You're just murdering
me. Wait, I have Caracas. You play Caracas.
All the key cards have been passed. If we had the opportunity to have stage and Hex Mage and we see a Depths come by in the 3rd pack, we might have an issue.
Resto's good. We can splash Resto sometimes. Then what we can do is we can evoke our Grief, we evoke Grief, then we Resto it. So then we get 2 cards from their hand.
I know why you wanted to take Caracas over the Ooze. It's just so you can have more white sources.
Yeah, Elite Spellbinder's good. we do happen to be a deck where, in retrospect, now, oh wow, wait, that works with Toski and Gix too. It's happening. All right, we need 1 and 2 mana cards.
You mean like the Scavenging Ooze we just passed?
Yeah.
Colors is that? White, black, green.
I'm trying to think if we're allowed to play Ancient Tomb. It's probably not good enough. We don't have enough high-costed things. So it might just be Blood Chief's Thirst or Grist or Utopia Sprawl. Actually, yeah, let's just play Utopia Sprawl.
Really?
It's Grist is like really good, but I think I want 1 mana accelerants, and this one doesn't die to Bolt. Yeah, I want to take Sprawl.
Wow. All right. I would never have gotten to that pick.
Red and 6 is fine. There's a Copter. There's also Thieving Skydiver, which is pretty good too. The one next to the lounge. I'm pretty sure we're allowed to take Copter though. It's like a 2-drop with all your 3 drops. I want to take Llanowar Elves. Yeah, we get to take Llanowar Elves. All right, that's good. We're really shoring up the cheap drops. All right, the Scarab God is unbeatable, but I think it might also wheel. Like, there's a lot of really good cards in this pack, which is really good. So that means we either get to take Marsh Flats or Overgrown Tomb. Part of the problem right now is that none of our fetches could get an untapped black-green duel. Like, we don't have any duels, actually, so I do think we take Overgrown Tomb. Can't play 5 colors. That's too many. Peatland is black-green, and it goes well with our Excavator. The Seachrome Coast isn't very good. Yeah, let's take the Peatland. Okay, Spar's headquarters taps for Bant. Bant is not bad. There's also Green Sun Zenith, which can get Llanowar Elves, Excavator. No, that's not that good. I think we take headquarters. The land, yeah.
You're really going in on this playing 4 colors thing.
Not intentionally. Oh, Snuff Out's one of my favorite cards. I wonder if we can snuff some people. I do like Snuff Out. The Adversary's not that good here. Life from the Loam. We have like Peatland. I just take Snuff Out. Okay, this one's hard. So I think Duress, Necromancy, Thragtusk, Pal's Jailer are all good. I'll let you pick this one.
We're not doing double white.
Okay, I'll let you pick. Hopefully we play against an aggro deck. Yeah, I mean, Resto Thragtusk is some good magic.
I like how the comment of Sprawl seems playable. Playable is the exact phrasing I like to hear about our first pick.
It's so good. Wait, Utopia Sprawl is so good in our deck.
It's like you pick something 10th. Oh, that's pretty playable.
Wait, Utopia Sprawl with Garrick Wildspeaker, you pretty much can't lose. We do have a lot of life gain against.
We got that red. We got that mono red matchup on lockdown.
Yeah, we got Resto with Kitchen Finks, Thragtusk, and Knight of Autumn. And Shield Dread.
A Lawson coming to that deck, that would be fantastic. Mana issues because we're on 4 colors. Can't cast the key cards. So what do you think the odds are that that Scarab God actually comes back?
That pack had a lot of things. Maybe like 30%.
Grist
Oh
came
wow.
back.
Grist and the tap land. They're both really good. I think Grist is really good though. And we now have 1-drop like ramp cards, so yeah, this pack had nothing the first time. Can we do any cute pod things post sideboard? Yeah, take the pod. So if we need to sideboard into like a pretty grindy like strategy, we can like pod Kitchen Finks into like Restoration Angel, and then we could like Kitchen Finks into like Grief and stuff. Like our 3s go into 4s very well. We're not gonna main deck it, but then we can like go up to like Thragtusk, and if there's like a light 6-drop or like Custodial Lich.
Oh, you go up to Deranged Hermit and then you sacrifice the token to go into Llanowar Elves and restart the cycle.
No, to go into Vault Sleeper, and then you wake it up.
Well, we already have that in play because that's what got us ahead in the first place.
Oh yeah. I wonder if we take the Signet.
You could take the Avenger and try and get the 6-drop to complete the pod chain.
Either Signet, Sculler, or Oust are all fine.
2-drop it is.
That one's a little bit tough to play. I guess that doesn't stop me before.
We're already over 30 cards in this pile. A bunch of stuff's getting cut.
So, yeah. Don't worry.
That it probably should have, just based on that alone, it probably should have been the 7-drop on the off chance we see something relevant at 6, and we do want to board into some pod nonsense.
No, I think I would have taken Oust. I think Oust is just another removal spell, and when you have a lot of 3 and 4 drops, if you end up with 4 and 5 mana, then like the 1-drops are that much better. That's okay. It's all the same.
It's all the same.
Like the probability of it mattering relative to me being able to go back in time and stuff, it's fine. There we go.
30% complete.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we could, if we had taken the Avenger, we could have taken the 8-drop to continue the pod chain all the way up to Craterhoof. Have you seen the Deranged Hermit into 6-drop that we don't have yet, into Avenger, into Craterhoof? That's a pretty devastating.
I think this next pack had a 6-drop. I just don't remember what it is. I think maybe
if it's playable in our colors, that would have actually been amusing. an amusing chain.
Yeah, I do think the Signet could have been right too. It's kind of hard.
It was 6-drop.
Jeez. Esper Sentinel. There's like some worlds you sideboarded in. Yeah, I don't care. Good thing this draft is free. I don't feel as bad if we do bad. Oh, Copperline Gorge, we could have played Omnath. Oh my god.
I would have taken it.
Nah, that would have been 5 colors. That's too many.
Not with all of these triomes we have. It's perfect.
Okay, so when we get to the building screen, just highlight all the cards and move it to the sideboard. So I like just adding cards to my deck. That way it feels like kind of like building a sealed pool. And then you like identify the core components of your deck first.
I am familiar with your selection process.
You know, it's also for our viewers, right? Like,
It's true.
some people, you know, there's 12 people watching, but maybe millions of people on YouTube after this.
Millions.
So I just gotta let them know.
Fair enough.
I think we might actually play the Scholar. That's pretty exciting.
So can you actually like ever see or replay a draft on Magic Online? Is that possible to see like what the pick
It
order
like
was?
I think you can like check a setting that saves it to a file. Then like uh Benjamin Peebles Mundy, I think was the main person, but maybe someone else like wrote something that you can load the text file and then you can like re-see the draft.
Oh, yeah, I might want to try that because I think it would be an interesting exercise for me to go back and draft from scratch and to see how many of the 45 I would have actually taken. I'm guessing it's probably somewhere in like the 8 to 10 range.
So K Lurch in the chat is one of the best cube drafters I know, and he knows that I always play Scarab God. Or it always wins. It just always wins. All right. I'm excited though. Let's do this. All right. So yeah. So we'll just can you yeah, I guess these files are fine. All right. So I'll just say random cards and we'll just add them. Um so let's put in the Revoker, the Copter, starting from the left. Yep. Llanowar Elves. Oh, not Walking Ballista. Llanowar Elves, Utopia Sprawl, Toski, Garrick, and other Garrick, and Endurance. Fatal Push, Inquisition, Mesmeric Fiend, Gix. All of those, actually. So all of them except for the Sleeper. You know, our first pick. Resto and Elite Spellbinder. Scholar, Time Walk, and the other four. Oh, good. We only need to make one cut. Okay, good. Okay. This is roughly what I want to play. If you right click, you could like separate into, yeah, group creatures separately. And then drag the planeswalkers up to the creatures. And the spots they're supposed to be. Yeah, so this deck hopefully can do something. All right, so you don't have to add the lands yet. We'll do that last. So the only other card I kind of want to play is Thragtusk, but given that we have so many 3s and 4s, I think we'll just sideboard Thragtusk. Excavator's like fine, but once again, we don't like have that many mana sinks. I do like the Sleeper.
Thought we weren't going to play the Scholar.
Yeah, but I feel like it might be one of our better 2-drops now that I think about it more. Because like it's a 2-drop that helps us set up our 3-drops more. Like we have all this hand disruption with like Elite Spellbinder, but it's not that good. Like Evolved Sleeper might be better. The problem is we don't have that much removal. We actually just don't have a lot of things, but that's okay. Hmm. Yeah, I guess you could start setting aside some of the lands, but like I'm pretty sure we could play turn 2 Scholar a decent amount with our mana base. So we have 3 fetch lands, 2 Triomes, Caracas. Maybe it's too greedy. Maybe we just side it in. Okay, yeah. we'll take out this color for now. All right, now I want to cut either a 3 or 4 drop. No, we're playing that one.
I had to do it.
You can play that card, crew copter, loot, and then draw a card. It's just so good. It might just be kitchen things. It's tough. I want it to be a 4-drop, but I think our 4-drops are really good. Maybe we play Kitchen Finks over like one of the Garricks or Grief. Maybe one of the Garricks. They're both like pretty good, but all right. Let's play Kitchen Finks over Wild Speaker. It's tough. Like Garrick Wild Speakers really go with Time Walk. We can just like win out of nowhere sometimes. We don't really use extra mana very well, and then the 3/3s. Like I think I just want to be a little bit leaner if we like have all these cards that draw cards like Kix and Toski. All right, yeah, let's do this. So blue sources, since we just have Time Walk and Scarab God. So we have the Triome Headquarters.
3 fetches.
Yep, so it's 5 sources with Utopia Sprawl. Yeah, so that's fine. We don't need to play an island. And then let's check our white. So we just have 3 white cards, and then we have the 3 fetch lands, 2 Triomes, and Caracas. So that should be fine. In theory, if we need to play planes, we could, but probably not. Okay, and then how many black and green do we have? So 1, 2. So we have like a black green. We have a lot of black green. I think we could probably get away with playing a planes. Yeah, so no island, and then one of those. So we have the Spara Headquarters. That's an extra green than black. Well, we want to have turn 1 untap green source, so the 3 fetches all get Overgrown Tomb, which is good. So 3, 4, 5. I think I would take the extra forest, just to make sure that we have untapped green source more often. All right, let me screenshot this, and then we can. I want to use the restroom first, actually.
Sure. I can have us down a game by the time you get back.
You can go for it. All right, I'll be back.
I'm also going to get a drink.
All right, let's go for it. Oh, wow. Now we can say whatever we want. So, thank you to all 7 people that are still here. Be sure to follow if you're not following already. Tom Hep's a really good guy. You don't have to subscribe or anything like that because, not that active or anything. But the follow's really nice. You can follow both of us on Twitch and Twitter. Same tags as our name. So Negator77, WatchWolf92. Yeah.
All right. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Oh, I'm ready to go. I'm excited. All right, I have the deck list up on another screen. I feel like we're going to be boarding in this Sculler a lot, but we'll see how match 1 plays. If we board in Sculler, we take out a Force and put in a Plains.
Yeah, I think if we didn't play the sleeper, we would have not been playing 4 of our first 5 picks, I believe.
What was that?
I think if we didn't play the sleeper, we would have not been playing like 4 of our first 5 picks in this draft. I think because we went, the Trinket Mage was relatively early, and I think the Bobble was like 5th.
Yeah, I mean, I think trying to be like open-minded in draft is pretty important in general, but in Cube especially.
Yeah, the Ballista was really early too.
Ballista we can also board in. Like, Ballista is really good if we end up playing the Garruk Wildspeaker. Like, there's a lot of packages that kind of end up happening. Like, a lot of synergies that line up pretty well together. Like, there's going to be some decks where Mesmeric Feed is terrible, and Ballista is going to be good. Because you just want things that actually do things, like have some sort of material value. So something that, like, has some removal spells, but maybe some X ones will be boarding in Ballista over Mesmeric Fiend.
So, looking at the deck list, give your prediction.
2-1. How about you?
I'll go with my traditional 1-2. One of these years, I'm going to get it right.
Yeah, I guess I feel like I have to start Shield Dread in these types of decks because it just wins games against certain archetypes. But I think we'll be boarding out the Shield Dread in some matchups too. There'll be some decks that just play Wraths or like spot removal. And Shield Dread's not as great there. And then cards like Garruk Wildspeaker are going to be better there. Any deck with Strip Mine or Wasteland will be boarding in the Excavator. Wow, that's a very aggressive username.
Yeah, it's clearly not a violation of the terms of service.
All right.
So how do you feel about the mono black?
We're keeping.
We're keeping with the no color hand other than
Yeah.
All right.
We have our only removal spell and Copter Revoker.
We're playing a colorless game.
Wait. We also have a broken card. We have Custodial Edge. Great. Perfect. Now we can play Tide of Hellscaller. The one in the sideboard. It would be really funny if we draw Nurturing Peatland, because then we can't cast Utopia Sprawl still.
So we're curving Copter into Revoker. That's the...
Oh, we're pushing that.
Oh, shoot. Crap.
Oh, F3 or whatever.
F3.
Or 3. Okay, whatever.
It didn't work.
Well, now you might have to... Oh, I don't want to Revoker it. Play Copter anyways. It's okay. I know you don't, that's just something that happens too. I have to play around it too. You can pop up the shortcuts in the bottom left, the little keyboard arrow thing. Yeah, so stop passing is 5.
All right. It's because I did hit 3. That didn't work.
Yeah, I forgot. They like changed it. Like I have all mine mapped to the old F keys because I just don't even know what the stuff is.
So now I guess we are revokering that.
Yeah, yeah. So if we don't, I mean, we don't have to decide yet, but if nothing changes, we'll revoke her the pack rat, and then we can still push one of them too. So Caracas, and then use the Caracas to play the revoker. And like, since these aren't like open deck lists or anything, you also want to make like the incremental play. Like they're pretty close either way. So you won't make the play that would give you more information. So I want to see like how their deck works when they can't activate pack rat. Yeah, you can crew the copter and attack. Maybe we'll draw a forest. If we could draw a forest, then we can also time walk soon. And time walk's really good with the monarchy. It's a whole package. Okay. I think you discard the elf. I don't like it, but I think you gotta do it. Yeah, so this is an example where we need to board in Walking Ballista to be able to kill pack rat in situations like this, like on the draw, because we don't have much removal spells.
Or, just use the removal spell we had to kill pack rat.
That aside. It's okay. I'm always ready for hard mode.
What?
Oh, okay.
That
Maybe it's
was
something big.
interesting.
I mean, they do have Worn Power Stone in their deck also, so maybe they're just like mono black, like reanimate big things. Oh, okay. So they're just gonna make another rat. Okay.
It seems pretty good.
And strip mine. All right, that's kind of scary. Okay. So yeah, we don't have any bounce spells, so you want to push the copy that's attacking, that can attack. Yeah, we might even have to board in like Polychronos. Their deck kind of does nothing. I mean, I guess we do nothing better, but maybe we'll get. Oh yeah, perfect. All right, yeah, we're boarding out that card too. Yeah.
I mean, do we even have a way to come back from this?
I mean, we should keep on playing, but in theory, if they can only make one token this turn, then if we draw like Elite Spellbinder to get a card and then loot into something better. I don't know. It's worth just playing. I mean, we know they play all these signets and ramp cards. Like, that's kind of relevant. Wait. We might not want... Well, we have Llanowar Elves in the graveyard, but... Okay, yeah, you can concede. All right. Mine's probably Legacy.
Yeah, I'm definitely on Legacy.
All right, so put in Ballista. Yeah. So... Yeah, and then put in Randianap Excavator because they played Strip Mine. And then you can take out Mesmeric Fiend. Yeah, Snuff Out. I also want the Garrick Wild Speaker. And then what big things could they be playing? I think you take out Children. It makes their mana a little bit better too. And then we could take out a... How many black sources do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. Let's take out a swamp. All right. All right, let's keep. But let's lead off with the Polluted Delta, and we'll get a Triumph. So you could just
we're
play it
gonna
in
skip the Inquisition.
Yep, we're gonna play Inquisition on turn 2. It's only bad if they play an Inquisition, or if they play like a 1-drop that we care about, which there shouldn't be too many. So this one we want to get blue. That can still be fine. We might wait another turn. Like, it has to be exactly pack rat for it to be bad for us. So blue. Blue. So we could either get bug or banned. Or, yeah, so we won't want the blue ones because the Time Walk and Scarab God. And then, yeah, the second green. So they both make blue and green. So the question is if we want white or black. Yeah, let's just get the headquarters. Okay, and then the question is whether or not to wait a turn here. I think we just play Bloodstained Iron Pass. And just hope that the card they sealed for isn't... Like, they could technically have both, like, Entomb and Reanimate, or they could have Pack Rat, and that was, like, their whole plan, but... If it was Dark Ritual, then maybe. Oh, they are playing Reanimate. Oh. I might screwed us by getting too greedy on this, but we have Caracas, so... Alright, Caracas isn't that good here. Alright, maybe I just messed up everything for us.
It could be worse. They are.
Wait, we can still win. They're at 3 life. Okay, so we need to get a black source with this fetch, so we can just get the Zagoth triangle, this one. Man, I was really hoping they would get like a good 3-drop. And grief? Okay. Yeah, we definitely need some Valley Dashers. We need a... No, we just need to flash an Endurance and just kill them. Wonder if we have anything to hit.
We're going to find out in all likelihood.
Okay.
Kill the Prowler, too.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. Wait, you don't need to bounce it yet. We can Inquisition first. And then we could just bounce on their turn. Archon of Cruelty. It's Rand Dynamite. Alright. We might actually have a chance.
I mean, if we can live until turn 6, we can kill them with the Ballista.
Yeah, kind of. Well, the problem is the Dynamo. The Dynamo is going to get them to a lot of mana. All right, so yeah, here we'll bounce the Gristlebrand. I mean, what you get to do is, yeah, so you also get to just play Ballista on 2 and then put a counter on it sometimes. Like
that also, yeah, I guess that plays around port. Can he get to this is the question.
Right. So they should be able to, because Dynamo costs 4 and it makes 3, then you'll have another one.
So now we have to wait till 6 and pray.
Yeah. Or maybe we draw like Revoker or something. Elite Spellbinder.
Although they... Okay.
All right. Well, if that's going to be the play, I guess what you can do is you can Ballista for 1, and then we need to try to set up. Like, you could play Ballista on 1, and then if they try to port us again, we could put a counter on it. And then if they Archon us, then we Custodial Lich it. So we have to get this Ballista in play.
Guess they're not playing Thran Dynamo here.
Well, they could just do it second main.
It's true. No, I mean, no, what I mean is they die if they do that.
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. Wait, that's great. Oh, yeah. You figured it out, Tom.
Unless there's a colorless card here.
No, I think we're good. All right, we just need to select all the right modes. We also need to change sideboarding a lot. But let's kill them first. All right, good thing we boarded in that Walking Ballista. Nice. Okay, so we actually need to do the opposite. We need to board in all of our hand hate. So we need the Mesmeric Fiend, we need the Sculler. And then we take out the more mopey things. Does Trinket Mage do anything? Probably not. Okay. Okay, so we need to be able to interact with a more unfair type of deck. So they have cards like Archon and Gristlebrand.
Jarvis,
But you
I've been trying to get Toski cut
no,
since the
no,
draft.
no, we're not taking out Toski. We'll take out Polychronos. We could take out you could take out Polychronos and Garrick. So the 2/4 drops. Garrick Wildspeaker. Oh, it's good. And Polychronos, the top 4 drop. That one, yeah. Let me see if there's anything else. I kind of want to play another Plains, but I don't know if I could fit it in.
I don't know. We've got you 2-1 on the Toski vote. I'm
I
giving you
know.
double. I'm giving you double vote to make it a
Not
tie. But if one more person chimes in to cut Toski, it's getting cut.
no, we just need more discard spells. It's so good. The Excavator's not that good. Yeah, wait. Let's cut the Excavator and put in the Swamp. All right, let's go.
Did you happen to know that Jarvis Yu is a Uno aficionado? He just
Uno,
loves
really?
the game. Yeah, he thinks there's a ton of skill to it.
I really like playing War. All right, let's mulligan. Okay. Yeah, this sounds fine.
Another hand we can't cast half of our cards. Let's do it.
Maybe this time we'll play better. All right, so we'll keep him, put the sleeper on the bottom.
Yeah, I thought Shieldred too, but
Wait, I just don't think it's good against our opponent. Like, it's good against exactly Gristlebrand.
I mean, they did have a Gristlebrand in my last game.
It's fine. They can do other things. All right, cool.
Oh, we've dodged the pack rat.
Wait, we might want to play the other land. Just give me a sec. I'm trying to think how good it is to attack for 1. Okay, yeah. We can attack for 1 and play Copter. And it's hard to picture, but if we draw Toski next turn, just think about how much we get to do.
I mean, I kind of hope it happens because I want to be wrong and have it be good at some point in this league.
Oh, it's so good.
It would be good in exactly this spot, theoretically.
All right, so yeah, I guess we revoker that. Well, you don't have to play that first. So yeah, you could just revoker the Coalition Relic.
Yep.
It kind of stinks that they still get the mana off of it because it's the triggered ability. But I know, Charles. That's what I'm trying to tell him. All right, and then we'll hop in the copter. And we'll attack with both. We could draw 2-drop, but I think it's pretty marginal. All right, so let's discard the probably it might be Kitchen Finks actually. Yeah, let's discard Kitchen Finks. And then we'll just play the Tomb tapped and hope nothing too bad happens. Wait.
Yeah, that's a good call. Well, we'll be paying 2 life for it next turn and not drawing a land.
It's okay. Oh, I just hope we don't need to play Custodial Lich next turn.
Don't worry about that.
Well, yeah, that's why I want Gex and Toski. Is it Toxic Deluge? Swift End. Okay. Well, that's good at least. That's a removal spell, so maybe our Mesmeric Fiend gets to do more things. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, so you pay 2 life and then we play Grist. I think. Well, actually, let me think. This one's actually kind of hard. No, let's play Mesmeric Fiend. It's fine. We lived a full life. Because then we could always just sack a thing later if we have to. Yeah, you just need to click OK. Okay. Wait, it kind of stinks. So they can reanimate our cards is like the annoying part. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they only have 5 mana, so they're pretty far away from the Archon, which is good. The only problem is whatever we discard, they can reanimate. Yeah, I do think you take the Animate Dead, though. And then, yeah, Crew, and attack with both. Okay, yeah, so discard the Gix. And then some percentage of the time they reanimate our Gix, and then we're able to Caracas it.
I like it.
And then if it's not that, then they might just get back Revoker. If they get back Revoker, we can Grist. I mean, so the problem with taking the Archon is I think that they can just like get back our Finks and Gix, and it's kind of bad for us. Yeah, it's like obviously bad if there's like a discard outlet, but okay. So they have Reanimate and this Murderous Rider.
Didn't they just play that from exile?
Yeah, they play that from exile. So their hand, you can pop out the eyeball. That way we can see they're revealed. Yeah. So it's just Reanimate. But if we get them low enough, the Reanimate doesn't matter, which is good. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so I want like if we take them to 5, then we could discard one of our 5 drops and it's fine. But the problem is it's like kind of dangerous. So what I'm thinking about is we can play the Caracas, then we can Grist sacrifice the Llanowar elves to kill the Murderous Rider. That way they don't gain life, and then we attack with the Copter and the Mesmeric Fiend, so that's 4 damage. So then if we discard a 5-drop, they can't reanimate it. But then we're like very far away from casting our 5-drops in general, which isn't great. I mean, we might just discard something else, but I think we can't give them too much time. I think like they're gonna have to reanimate our Kitchen Finks. So yeah, I think you play Caracas and then play Grist. You can actually just leave. Yeah, so you do it like that. Yep. That way. So now we crew the copter. With the land or elves. And then yeah. Well, actually, give me another second. It might be better to just let the Murderous Rider happen and then be able to minus Grist points. No, wait, yeah, then if they get back Scarab God, no, then they can get back Scarab God and Kitchen Finks, which isn't good for us. Yeah, I think you need to sacrifice. Yeah. So sacrifice the Llanowar Elves, and then click on the trigger. Yeah. Yeah, and then we attack with both. Yeah, so you can discard, I guess, the Scarab God. All right, scary situation. So, because one thing they could do is they can just reanimate Kitchen Finks, and that buys them like a decent amount of time. Like if they draw a land, then it makes another land and out for them. But they can also just. Oh, sorry.
The Kitchen Finks isn't that great, right? It's still a net life loss.
Oh yeah. Maybe just they can't if they reanimate Revoker, then and they name Copter, then we can't animate Copter that turn, so that's probably bad for us. I hope we draw Utopia Sprawl. That way we can time walk. Okay.
All right, well, we're getting Archons next turn.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we have a couple of good draws here. Oh, or they might not reanimate.
So if they don't do anything, Blue Source just kills them.
Mm-hmm. Can you hover over Archon? I just want to double check everything. They like gain 3, draw a card, and then we sacrifice the thing. Lose 3, discard card. Yeah.
All right.
I do miss Old Legacy.
Go Utopia Sprawl.
Yeah. Okay. We still get another bite at the apple. So we're plussing with Grist every time, so we should just do that to then crew the copter. We might also draw like Tidehowl Sculler. Like we have a few outs, even if we have to activate the peat land. We have a few outs. So yeah, you crew it with that. We're not even dead per se, because if they play the Archon, yeah, I guess they get back. Oh, they don't even get back Animate Dead. We can, yeah, we still have some play, but let's just attack with everything. There he is.
We're discarding Toski here.
No, I don't think so. I think
we're about to lose our whole board, aren't we?
Wait, you only lose 1 permanent.
2.
How do you lose 2?
Oh,
Archon only removes 1 thing.
Thinking it's 2. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
So You well, so we can custodial lich the Archon is like the punchline. Yeah, only a little bit better. I'm just trying to think. So I think the answer is to just play. It doesn't matter because we're just going to discard whatever they get. So yeah, I guess you discard the Totski. And then
Jarvis's comment.
yeah. That's how it goes. You gotta keep it interesting. We still didn't lose yet. So, and then we'll play the Peatland.
So are we going for the 2-outer with the Peatland, or are we just
No,
playing it and
no,
playing
wait.
it the Lich?
Yeah, we're just planning to play the Lich the next turn.
All right.
So we're just gonna sack the Pest to the Archon and discard Time Walk.
I mean, I just... All right.
Wait, we're not dead.
We're close.
Wait, we're really close to winning if they cast Archon. Like, they go to 4. If we just have any way to remove the Archon, they're dead. Like, we can Lich and they're still dead.
We only got one shot at that land, though.
Wait, we have many more. Any creature wins because we grist it. We use the creature. It's any creature or land. Like, it's completely fine. And then
incoming Inquisition of Kozilek off the top.
Maybe. And then Time Walk. All right. Here goes nothing. And like, even if we miss on the land, we still get to sack the Peatland. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Well, we didn't have any blue sources, so it makes sense. All right, no misclicking, Tom.
I'm looking. I made sure I read it.
All right. All right, and then we crew. You're making me nervous. Let's go. Oh. Wait, actually, I might want to change the deck. Can you hit cancel? I'm trying to think of
how you can actually change the deck between rounds.
Yeah, bottom right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I might want to play the Scholar.
So let me guess. You want to cut Toski and you want to add Walking Ballista.
Well, maybe. Not cutting Toski. Trying to think if we can cut Kitchen Finks. Yeah, let's cut Kitchen Finks.
You're being accused of being a squirrel lover.
Wait, why do I like squirrels?
I don't know.
If I like squirrels, if I like squirrels, wouldn't I play Deranged Tournament? Yeah, so let's cut Kitchen Finks and we'll play Walking Ballista. All right, that's good. All right.
Good night.
Good night, Charles. Thanks for tuning in. Charles is the other person I think is extremely good at Cube in my friend group. All right, let's battle.
Chat's first upset with you for playing Toski, and now somebody's upset with you for not running the proper support. Why isn't Deranged Hermit in there to get him a bunch of extra attackers?
Yeah, what you do is in response to the echo trigger, you resto the deranged hermit.
We definitely are the type of people that would have that
We,
set
we,
up.
we also would have won game one if we pushed the pack. We wouldn't have even been in the situation where Toski
It's
wouldn't
true.
have let us down.
That is true. Look, maybe that additional land drop on time would have helped too. I don't know. I'm just just saying.
Yeah, that was this game too.
Just saying. You never really know.
It's true.
This guy likes dolphins.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually a reasonable hand.
We have no untapped blue sources is the only thing we have to remember here.
Yeah. But this is 5, so
Yep.
we're just going 1 into 3, and then we can.
Yep.
Yeah.
All good.
It's true. Who wins in the dolphin versus squirrel battle?
Wait, dolphins are geniuses. I think
Yeah.
dolphins would win a
Right.
pro tour.
I mean,
Like just one dolphin.
It depends on whose turf you're fighting on. You know, if it's in the water, obviously, squirrels are going to struggle.
No, it's not that we would have had double block for the Lich. It's that we could have played Gix, I think. Or I don't think did I
No,
actually
we never got to 5 because they stripped us when
we had like the Pete land that one turn. Yeah, I don't
we
really.
drew the Pete land very late.
Yeah.
We were already stripped at that point, so.
You think they're tuning into our stream? I guess if the follower, if the count goes up.
I mean,
yeah, you like our 4-color Llanowar Elf deck? It's my favorite part.
I think it probably has more to
let's battle. Mold a 5? Let's get them.
That was the delay, I believe.
You know what happens when we Scarab God a Grist?
No, I do not.
I don't either. And I think Magic Online would just crash. Like, I don't actually think it would follow the rules, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, wow. Yeah, so... Yeah, we can just Pete land a Grist. Yeah. This is great, though. He's still my heart. Oh, wait, you can't spell pierce that. All right, it's fine.
Looking for force of negation.
Maybe.
Get that mulligan.
Wait, it still doesn't work. It's a creature on the stack.
What?
It's a creature everywhere except for the battlefield, right? So on the stack, it's a creature.
Wow. I didn't never played with this card before.
Yeah, you can't spell pierce it.
That's funny.
It's okay. You play Flusterstorms. It's all the same to you. Oh my god, a shop. What's gonna happen to us?
It's a pretty solid mold of 5. Giving themselves a new hand.
Okay. Well. All right. I just want a Gix, so we're gonna get a swamp with this. And then we won't be able to play Scarabgon on time, but that's fine.
Technically get the Overgrown Tomb too, but we're fine.
That doesn't help.
Sources, yeah.
We gotta pay some life. It's nothing of me. All right. All right. Hopefully they don't do anything too good. Kotsuki, it's there.
Don't we lose this hand?
Mm-hmm. It's there.
I mean, Little did they
plains is
know.
in there.
Little did they know what a favor they're doing by actually going right by Toski for us, so I don't have to draw it.
Oh yeah, crush them.
Interesting.
Okay, so against mono blue do nothings, let's board in the Sculler. And what do we take out? They might be playing wheels, like they already played Memory Jar, so we can't cut children. I don't even want to take out Garrett.
Jarvis, we didn't see any of the cards for it. The only cards we saw were Blight Steel Colossus and Sundering Titan.
We didn't see Dark Depths. That was the important one.
We didn't see the workshop. We did not see the Metalworker, or I would have said something about the Metalworker.
All right, let's bring in Garrick Wildspeaker also. And then let's take out... All right, we'll take out Toski. I know, you can record that one.
I'm just going to keep him here just for a split second.
Okay.
Just to make sure we're really thinking hard about it.
Yeah, and then... the other card's a little bit harder because I don't actually know what they're trying to do. I kind of want to cut the Scarab God, because I don't think it's good against both types of decks they could be playing. Yeah, and we're boarding a Planeswalker which insulates against Wraths. Yeah, let's cut the Scarab God.
Jarvis suggests the Sleeper, by the way.
No, card's too good. It's pretty much like the Scarab God for 1 mana. All right, great. Turn 2 Gix.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, not that it's necessarily good. We might have to just play it for white instead, so we'll see. Yeah, so it's like, it's tough because, yeah, their deck content could just be so many different things. So I just board in. That way we can have game against all of them. Also, Toski's a lot worse on the draw, unfortunately.
Interesting.
Right. Yeah, so...
Elf?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely Elf. The only question is what we do on turn 2. Off the forest.
Okay.
So they can have Wasteland in their deck. Like, we want to sprawl on the basic, and then I guess it doesn't matter in some iterations, but...
Jar?
Matters. Okay.
Okay.
Well, so now what we want to do is... I want to play the Endurance. So we sprawl on white. So you tap the Llanowar Elf to play Utopia Sprawl on white. Use the Llanowar Elf to play Utopia Sprawl on white.
Okay.
And then we'll play... Can't tell if it's the Peatland or the Overgrown Tomb. Let's play the Peatland and then just pass.
So what are we looking to do here exactly?
Play Endurance.
Just take the hit and then pay it at the end of their turn?
Yep. You can't keep using a workshop like that. Okay. Yeah, so then we'll play Endurance. We'll see what happens. Yeah, this is kind of annoying. So let's see. Next turn, they have to have a mana source, but let's just assume we get Slavered. So they can just kill a Garruk Relentless.
Run our biggest creature into their lifelinker.
Mm-hmm. And then they probably crack the Peatland. All right. I think you. I'm trying to figure out if attacking with both and hoping that they block and that we Garruk Relentless it. I'm trying to figure out if that's the best line. So then they have a choice between slavering us or picking up the Batter Skull. And then if they slavered us in that scenario, it's like not that bad. But then if they pick up Batter Skull, yeah, I think we just attack first and see how it goes. It's like a pretty bad spot for us either way, but. Yeah, and then we'll Garruk it. Yep. That's a mana source if they want to slaver us. The slavers. Okay. So they want to end of turn slaver us? Wait. We might just play the Gix instead. So play the Gix. Mm-hmm. Pay two. Yep. Then we'll attack. Or you can attack first and see what we draw. Most of them don't matter, but. Yeah, so. And we'll pay the life, yeah. Okay, and then second May we'll play Copter. So yeah, so I think what they're just planning to do is they can end of turn crack the Slaver, then on their turn, if they draw a land, they can pick up Batter Skull, replay it, then control our turn with the Batter Skull in play.
Which seems pretty solid.
It doesn't like auto kill us. It's like annoying. Like they can deal us some damage or do whatever, but like the actual worst case scenario is that they play like Mirror Battlesphere, but or like not beating those types of cards anyways.
That they're thinking this long seems like a good sign.
It's not a bad sign. I mean, it's always complicated when you control your opponent's turn, so. Or maybe they're trying to figure out if just Batter Skull is the best they can do. Metamorph.
How about a second
So they have
Batter
more
Skull?
Batter Skull, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're just dead. So what they should do, so you can actually like over crew. So they can just crew both of their, they could just crew all of our things into the copter. And, or no, they can just have Gix like deal us damage along with the Peatland, then they just equip Batterskull, the second Batterskull on and attack for 8. So they could just like tap us out. Like in theory, they don't have to do any of this, but it's like I'm fine with them seeing an extra card. Maybe they screw up something. Maybe now they can really figure out how to get us. So yeah, they seem just like a normal mono brown deck without much interaction. So yeah, Garrick's definitely good. Trying to figure out if we want to play Pod. Probably not. We're not making game actions. They're probably gonna like revoke our copter. Yeah, I think like it probably doesn't matter, but they missed like lethal, but we'll see. Yeah, they just seem kind of tunnel vision on the Batterskulls.
It's probably going to be good enough.
Yeah. It was pretty hard to beat turn 2 Batterskull. Or whatever it was.
No, it was turn 2.
Yeah, turn 1 Signet.
Workshop Signet, yep. Yeah. Turn 2 Batterskull.
It is cool. I think it's hard to make those decks work because everyone wants those types of things. Oh wow, they're mercying us.
What is that?
It just makes 5. Okay, so can't believe we're still playing. I guess we'll eat Spellbinder then. And then no, I think so. Let's see. Fine. I mean, in reality, it doesn't matter, but let's.
I don't really know how we're beating 2 Batterskulls.
Yeah, we could just move on to the next one. This is a stream. Merry Christmas on the East Coast. Let's just move on to the next one. All right. So they have time warp too. So, all right, let me think. So, on the play, all right, on the play, let's bring in Totsuki. And then let's take out. It might be Fatal Push. I don't think they're going to have a lot of pushables. Even if we're killing the germ token's not very good. Let me think if there's anything else. The Lich is like okay, not great. It's not bad. It's good as a hedge against those things. All right, let's do this. Maybe we'll Knight a bottom. All right. Looks good.
So do you want the acceleration or do you want me to Inquisition to try to hit their accelerant?
Yeah, so this one's kind of hard. So every time they don't have shops, it's like
Well, this seems good because we can Inquisition into Sprawl into Shieldred, right?
Yeah, you can only sprawl forests.
Yeah. So we play the Swamp, Inquisition. Turn 2, play the Forest, Sprawl the Forest, and
Oh
then
yeah, it's just bad
turn
every
3.
time we draw like a 2-drop and stuff. So,
Yeah, but we only
um,
have one draw step in between those
well,
moves.
well, what we could do instead is we could play the Heath and then get the Triome that we want. So that would be white, blue.
Yeah.
We can get the Bant one, and then we could play Utopia Sprawl and Inquisition next turn.
Yeah, I guess the concern I have is all of the turn 1 accelerants that they could possibly play.
There's none unless if they play shop. Like, oh, you mean like Soul Ring and like
Or
okay.
anything, yeah.
Okay, sure. Let's play Inquisition then. I've lost more games to not playing my discard spell in turn 1 than the other way around. So. Oh wow, pretty good against Library.
So
Yeah, it's just Chalice. Like, it doesn't look like their colors matter that much. Okay. All right, that was good. I mean, they still get to Library, but it's not as bad for us.
at least it time walks them.
Oh, wait, I think if we fetch for force. Is that just gets a Triumph? Like, I think the deck thinning is not 0 here.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
let's fetch for a forest. Yep.
Well, now we don't have to name black, right? Or
Yeah, we name
wanna...
white. And we could
Shieldred's
just play.
pretty good versus Library.
Yeah, we could just play the peat land, and yeah, instead of the mire.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's still same thing. For the record, like I know Shieldred's good. I said it was unpassable. I just thought the mono black matchup it wasn't good. But I guess dealing 2 in the last turn would have been good.
We've already fire blasted them with it. What is that?
It's a path to exile that you can overload and path all their things. The swamp is good. That way we could crack the peat land and not feel bad. Yeah, so just Bloodstain, Mire, and Grist. Wait, don't activate yet. I just need to make sure. So we have both Spire's headquarters and the Triumph, and they're both fine. Okay, yeah. If we only have one blue source left in our deck, we would have had to crack our Mire first. And then on the end step, we'll crack the Mire and then the peat land. That way we thin the deck one more.
Yeah, we kind of need to pressure them anyway. We need to find something, or we're just going to get libraried into oblivion.
So they could just play all the signets here. Yep. And they played the island. All right, so crack the Mire. And then this one. We need to get blue source. Yeah. So Zagoth. And then wait. And then we crack the peat land. Okay.
Well,
Okay. Yeah, so you can make a thing. And then you can crack the peat land. Toadski. Oh my god. All right. Yep. And then we will scolor them. We'll play the Sculler.
Wow.
Yeah, so can't drag this over. I want to double check their lands. So they do have white sources. The balance is like kind of bad for us. Like if we don't take balance. Oh, wait. Balance, we could just make them discard their hand too. So, oh, but then they get back whatever we put under the Sculler. Yeah, I think we just have to take balance. And then we'll time walk. Yeah, so if we crack the Pete land on end step, we will cast Sorcerer Evoker too. Next time. Attack. Hopefully we draw something good off of this bonus turn. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we just gotta do that. And then we're gonna revoke her the memory jar. How can I love Legacy so much when it's always out of balance? I don't know if it's always out of balance. We could play the Swamp. We have like some draw-ish cards. Man, if we had Toski though, imagine how many cards we would draw. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, I just think Legacy when it's like what Tom said, like you could have like gone for a year and like at least the archetypes were the same. The fact that it's like so much different now makes it a lot harder. But I still really like the amount of decision making and stuff in it. At least we know if they have Batter Skull, we can beat that. As in, we would just keep on Grist minusing it. Maybe, I mean.
Batter Skull would still be really annoying.
Yeah. But beatable. Man, if we drew the Evolved Sleeper, we've also drawn cards. Oh.
So what did we see in the first two games that would be really bad with Demonic Tutor?
First game we didn't see much. We just saw like the top, and then they memory jarred and conceded. And then the second
So it's
game was the one where they
Mindslaver
played
and
like
Batter Skull.
Metamorph. Yeah, so like Slaver could be bad for us because they could Slaver us, Grist to sacrifice the Sculler, and then balance. But balance doesn't kill Planeswalkers, which helps a little. Because at some point we're close to just ulting them with Grist. Grist only kills creatures, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it kills Planeswalkers, so it could kill itself, which isn't great.
Well, it doesn't look like that's the direction they went in.
Batter Skull.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. All right, goodbye, horsemanship.
Wow, that's so 1, 2, 3.
If you hover the Grist,
5.
you can see that it has only 2, so they're only taking 4 from Grist ult.
Gotcha.
So they have balance and they played the mountain, I think. I guess I could just look at the chat. Yeah, they played mountain from the revealed zone, and then we know that they have balance now. Yeah, it's fine. You can just pass. Either way, it's fine. Voting. What if I didn't register? All right, Grist it is. Grist for president. And then they're going to jar us. All right, Night of Autumn. Oh, wait, that's another graveyard. Something good. Shieldred. Okay. Wait. You're scaring me.
I was clicking on it.
You were so close to clicking okay. Whenever everyone clicks instead of using hotkeys for okay, it scares me. Okay. That's not terrible. You have to go to the second meet. This one's a grind. Wait, I think taking Battlesphere is actually fine though. Like, if their memory jar is like only okay and yields like creatures, like this is fine for us. What does Gix's ability do again? We can like discard cards and do things. Yeah, we can like, if our card's bad, we can just play their card. They probably just balance though.
I would assume we're getting balanced here, yeah.
Don't forget that we have Resto in our deck. So if they memory jar in their turn, don't F6 because we might be able to play Resto. And Endurance. We have Endurance in our deck too.
How would we be able to play? You mean on a future turn?
If they if they balance and don't memory jar here because they don't have enough mana.
Gotcha.
Or they might not think they have enough mana.
Oh, they clearly do.
Oh, well, we want to keep that one. Oh, it's keep? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess.
Yeah, it's all the same. All right. Wait, not bad. That's a lot of lands. Custodial Ledge would have been nice, but
I'm getting my F6 value in now.
okay. I'm cool with it.
Batterskull. Ugh.
Wait, that's not even that bad for us either.
Is it?
Yeah. If it's just a Vindicate, it could be a Vindicate.
I actually chose not to play Batterskull. That's funny.
Yeah, so we could just pass. Yeah, I think we can actually beat this.
Well, I mean, that was a really good draw.
Wait. You're scaring me again.
I mean, aren't they just going to kill it next turn?
Wait, we attack and then it goes to 1. So if we draw any creature, they lose their card.
How does it go to 1 from 7?
So it goes to 7, we attack it down to 4, then if they minus on one of our creatures, it's at 1.
Oh.
So if we draw any creature, we're good.
I don't know that that's going to be accurate after this.
After they play Walking Ballista or Hangerback Walker. Walker's fine for us. Yeah, Ballista's the one that's bad for us. It would have worked if they drew a line. Right. I'm trying to think if we have any burn spells. So
we don't even have Ballista in the deck right now, do we?
it should be in the deck.
I guess it is. We're still short on mana, though, for that.
Well, here, let's see if there's any other way we have to deal damage.
I guess if they let the elf live...
Wait, do we have Shield Dread still?
Yeah, we do. Or is that exiled? No, that's exiled.
Yeah, so the problem is they can just put other mana into Ballista and kill us. We're just dead. You can concede if you...
I don't like Karn being at 7.
Yeah, it's just looking at you funny. That was like pretty close though. We like, if they didn't top deck. Oh, if we had the sleep.
All right, 1-2 still alive.
2-1 still alive. After this, one of us will be right on Christmas Day.
It's true. The very first thing I experienced on this Christmas was having turn 2 Batterskull played against me.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's been a good day. What's going on, Stress Daddy?
Man, we didn't get to do any of the cool things I want to do with this deck. Like play Resto on anything. Or Scarab God someone.
Yeah, your prognostications have been a little off on this particular draft. I was told that 4-drop green creature was really good, and
wait, it is really good.
The best thing we've done is discard it.
Wait, it is really good.
I was told the Scarab God was unbeatable, and we've yet to...
We've never put it into play.
We did have it in our hand, though. It has not.
But we never put it into play.
I'm just saying these things haven't come through.
That means it all comes through in the last match. I had a draft where I didn't draw like Mox or Soul Ring in any of my games, and then in the third game, I had them both in my openers. That's just how Cube works.
All right.
All right, Cube.
Pass, turn 3 Gix, keep. All right.
Well, we start on the Windswept Heath and get a black whatever triumph.
Don't they both get that? You just want to keep the delta in case we want basic swamp?
Well, yeah, like Heath can't get planes anymore. So it's like, it's a lot worse if we know we're getting a triumph. So we want to get the bug triumph with this one. They get it.
Oh, no, I did it again. Crap.
Oh my god. Wait, five.
I hit it twice.
Well, no, you can't do it when you're right click though. You can't do that.
Good times all around. On the bright side, we can still get it this turn because we didn't actually need to do anything this turn.
All right.
So no harm, no foul.
All right, so delta and then we'll pass. Yeah, so if you're right-clicked, it's considered that you're not in the screen, so the hotkeys don't work if you're right-clicked.
Ah, fair enough.
It's okay. I won't act like Magic Online makes sense. I'm just saying the reason.
Fair enough. It's cleric now.
It's okay, we get to Elite Spellbinder next turn to clear the way for the Gix. All right, we're cracking the fetches. You could just do it now. It's okay.
I know. I don't have anything hit.
I'm so afraid now. Having the second main opponent stop is like the bug one. Yeah. And then the other one that makes black. Susavai, yeah. Because we need black sources. I think forest is better.
Aren't we playing the Spellbinder?
Yeah, Savai makes white.
Oh.
All right.
What?
Jeez. We can't beat that card, so we have to take it. So it's like a Goblin Rabble Master, but it doesn't have to attack, and it's like a 12/4.
Sweet.
I guess we had Caracas, but they would have played it this turn. It would have been really hard for us. At least here we get to like trade with something. Yeah, I think you can trade with that. Oh, they forgot to play land. Okay. That could be good for us. Yep. All right.
Interesting.
Oh, wow. They could play Adeline last turn. That would have also been bad for us. They could have just played the Plains Mana Crypt and just cast the Adeline.
Got lucky.
Oh. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then we just won't attack. Did you have any? I think I ask this every year. Do you have any Christmas Day traditions?
Not anymore.
Mm.
Yeah, other than doing this on Christmas Eve.
There we go.
So, yeah, my father passed this year, and
Yeah.
my mother had to be moved out to Colorado. So it's best disjointed. I don't really have any immediate family in the area. So
Have you visited her in Colorado?
not yet. She just got out of the hospital about a month ago.
Okay.
So she's just settling in. So my sister's out there, so.
Oh, okay. That's
So
good.
far,
I
so
think you
good.
told me that. I forgot.
Yeah, so we'll just Remy and I will stay and have dinner. And the dogs will like having the company. So, how about you? Did you do the annual board games yet, or is that tomorrow?
No, we play Risk on New Year's Eve, but we
New Year's Eve, okay.
that's all good. So we did latkes, and my dad made like pastrami. That was really nice. We had both of my sisters brought their boyfriends over, and I was over too, and it was really nice.
Nice.
One day I'll bring someone over. My family will be surprised. All right, so I think we play Gix, and then we attack with Custodial Lich, and then we could play Ballista on one afterwards. So we'll pay the 1. We could play Caracas. That way we could bounce to Adeline if they play it. And we play Blessed on 1. Just to be able to keep the Monarch a lot easier. And at some point we could just like activate the Gix on them also. With all these extra cards. Like just having cards is good here. Yeah, so I think we just block and then shoot them for 1. But so this year I'm actually having so Abe and Ben Nikolic are visiting me, and then one of my best friends, Clay, is coming over on Monday as well.
Nice.
So I'm really excited for that. We're gonna play board games, and you know, I still feel like I haven't really recovered from COVID stuff in terms of I think the grief is fine to sacrifice. I feel like I still haven't like recovered from just like the lack of hangout and being with people. We can Caracas that. Yeah, I feel like I still haven't like fully recovered from like the effects of COVID.
Yeah, I'm not fully there yet either.
Yeah, it feels weird to like keep on saying that though, but like it's really how I feel. Okay, so we get to do everything. We don't need to play the Pete land. Yeah, well, how about we just have the Gix attack, or have them both attack our opponent? We don't care to discard, so we just attack them for 7 and draw 2 cards. Like Lily on a discard makes it easier for us to play, not harder. And then ideally we draw something that allows us to 2-spell and leave up Caracas. But if that doesn't happen, the floor being Knight of Autumn and Garrick is still fine. That's good. Okay.
So, do we want to just resto and kill their guy?
Well, let's go second main. And then I think we just play Knight of Autumn, killing the Mox Diamond. And then we can resto once they commit to a play next turn, if we want to. Like another thing that can happen is that we can let them get the Monarch if they feel like that's important, and then we just take it back by restoing the Lich. In their second main phase, which is why you have the stop. I don't know what this card does.
Neither do I.
So if they plus, they lose. If they minus, yeah, I guess the shield counter is like protection from damage or something.
We'll see what they do, I guess.
Yeah. It's all fine. If they're going to do this, I think you can just resto them. If they minus, I can't even think of what they can play that's bad for you. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't think that does anything, because the second main. Yeah, so we just resto and kill them. Does that even work? even know how mana cards work.
I mean, the sacrifices are coming to play, so I don't know what happens with the Monarch token.
Oh, it doesn't work, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I wasn't sure, because we're already the Monarch. Like, I wasn't sure if it was, like, the initiative or not.
So,
Well,
that was...
it's
So
still
life
probably
flanker, right?
fine.
So they can block. That's
Yeah,
9,
so if they block there, then they
10.
take... Yeah, we're, like,
No,
one short.
Yeah, they live through that. I mean, we can kill it with Garrick, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. Wait. Well, how about we just activate Gix for 5? No, don't play land. Just activate it for 5. Like, discard our hand.
Wait, what?
Just discard our hand and we play the top 5 cards of their deck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then just all of them. So then any removal spell just wins. Yeah, you can just click all of them. Skyclave kills them though. But you can just keep on casting things. You can just keep on casting things if you want. You don't think it's fun? Just hitting the cast button on everything? They thought it would have been fun, so they conceded. So yeah, Kitchen Finks is good. Tidehouse Sculler's good because they didn't have that much removal. Totski's bad. Yeah, Holocronos isn't bad. I'm trying to think if it's good enough though. I think Polychronos is better than Shield Dread. Like, the gaining life is kind of... I mean, it's fine. Oh, Thragtusk is probably good. I actually don't think Custodial Lich is good against them. I think we just got lucky in that game. Like, I think I'd rather have Scarab God and Thragtusk more than the Custodial Lich. And then I think we take out a land. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, maybe we'll bring the Polychronos for game 3. Oh, actually, Polychronos is better than Grief. We could take out Grief. Put in the Polychronos. Yeah. Because, like, they're just, like, a fairly aggressive deck, so I just want, like, cards that are good at Teslaing. Oh, that's a good idea. An inspiration. But yeah, so tomorrow I just gotta clean up before people come over.
Nice. They staying for a while or just the day?
So they're coming over around dinner time, and then they're gonna leave late afternoon. So pretty good. Oof. I know I've been pretty greedy with the keeps, but can't keep this one.
Or the
Not
draw.
against,
We're just gonna
not
draw into
ag-
the curve. We're just gonna draw into the curved cards.
not against the aggro deck. This hand's good. It has a ballista. Solves everything.
So which 4-drop goes back?
Probably probably children. Like we just might not be able to cast it. It could be Garrick, but I think it's probably children. I think we get to set up some really nice plays with Resto that leads to good Garrick situations. All right, that's a good one to Walking Ballista later. Yeah, headquarters. Looks like they also mulliganed. Okay. Oh, in that case, we'll just play Ballista and pass. But yeah, I think we just killed the Usher regardless. Well, we can just pass, and then if they play a land, then in the beginning of combat, you can just kill it. That way they can't boast. Yeah, so you can just kill it now. Or sorry, wait until the beginning of combat. They shouldn't have a haste card or anything, but it's like their main phase. So now you do it. We also know that they have 4 spells in hand, so that's worth just remembering. Oh, wow. Are they just cracking the clue? A modest use of a mana crypt. Oh no, the sleeper.
This guy again.
They're so tired. Oh, it's happening. All right, we'll just play Gix and pass. Yeah, the first time I saw this Gix card was in I played the Arena Cube qualifier. I actually made it today too, but one of my opponents played Gix. I'm like, this card's broken. Like they played turn 2 Copter, turn 3 Gix, and I was just like, why is this happening to me? What? They won the flip. Yeah, Esper Sentinel's a weird card, but it's pretty good. And I'm glad we got to activate the ult on Gix. I've never seen that before. Oh well. That's gonna be tough for us. So can I look at the card again? Yeah. Okay, I understand. So they're just gonna give their thing flying or something like that. Which is fine because we have Resto for later. The only problem is I think we have to attack Elspeth with Gix, which means we don't draw cards. Maybe we don't have to the first turn. Yeah, actually, yeah, let's attack them and try to draw a card. Then hopefully Resto can eat something. You can attack first. Just in case there's like a better land that we draw. Yeah, and then we'll just land go. let's hope we can eat some things. Sorry, can I look at Elspeth again?
Just made it flying. +1/+1 and flying.
Yeah, I just want to see what the old was. It's -7, make 5, 3, 3, wood flying angels.
All right, I think we're.
I mean, they might be going for the old. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. 15 power worth of flyers will probably get the job done.
All right, so yeah, we get to eat the Esper Sentinel. And then hopefully we can draw a land to be able to Garrick the Vryn's Wingmare. So we want to block the Esper Sentinel. I guess if I knew I ulted that quickly, we should have attacked Elspeth last turn, but whatever. We'll see what happens. All right, nice. So we got to Garrick down the Vryn's Wingmare. It costs an extra 1 because the Vryn's Wingmare. Yeah. That's why we have to draw the land. That guy, Elspeth with both. Sleeper is going to get kind of annoying, though. If it gets like a first strike counter, it's pretty much unbeatable. At least we can like chump with Copter for a while or something. Or we can try to like race back. They might just give a lifelink instead. But they could just like give a first strike and leave on defense or something. We'll see.
I'm about to find out.
There's only so many options left. Even Vigilance is pretty bad for us, yeah.
Vigilance it is.
Right on time. Yeah, I guess you could just play Copter in the Sleeper. No black mana. That way you can evolve the Sleeper. Yep, and then we'll pass. Yeah, I guess Fatal Push is our cleanest answer to this.
6 straight mana flips with them forgetting lifelink exists.
Yeah, so push. Time Walk's not terrible. Alright, it's not great. Grist is good. Alright, we need it this turn, I guess. Yeah, so whatever happens.
We're already in the abyss.
What was that?
We're already in the abyss.
I mean, we still have some outs, but until that mother was drawn. Now we have to draw it this turn. Wow. They still... Oh, now it has lifelink. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so we want to block with the copter. No.
I don't know that this particularly mattered, but that's my fault for clicking through if it
Well,
does.
Oh, it definitely does. We have 2 looks at Fatal Push, and now we have not 2 looks.
What was the second look?
What? Our draw step. We were going to loot with copter.
Oh, you draw off the block. Okay.
Well, so now you need to... All of our creatures are black, which is bad. So we need to draw Fatal Push, which means we need to crew with Sleeper. Yeah, so you might as well fetch now. Because stack thinning does matter because it's the last turn. And the point doesn't really matter. Okay. I did forget about that. I don't care, any of them. And then, wait. All right, use the sleeper to crew the copter. Yeah. And then you attack the Elspeth, and we'll see if we draw a Fatal Push. All right, you can concede. All right, so... No, this is fine. Let's go. Yep, it's good. As good as it's gonna get. It's fine. We get to play turn 2 copter, and then we get to crew with the Llanowar Elves. It has all of our colors. I like that the Caracas came in huge in our Reanimator match, though, bouncing the Gristlebrand. Because that was a close pick for me. We're just going to have to deal with that. At least we have Bliss in our deck. Alright. Yeah, Caracas is fine. And then we'll play the copter. Sometimes there's like a world where they attack with Mother Runes, but I'm not going to bank on that. I guess they wouldn't if we play Llanowar Elves anyways. Okay. Yeah. Little crew. It might be discard. This one's actually really tough. I think it might be discard Garrick Relentless. Either that. Nah, I think so. Let's discard Garrick. And then second main, we'll play Inquisition off of a Swamp. And then we'll pay for the Esper Sentiment. Yeah, so you pay for the Mana Tithe, but then let them draw a card. So they got to cycle Mana Tithe, pretty much.
Wild. Did not expect that.
Can you move? Can you move the hand? No,
you
that doesn't help.
You want to see that?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll take Liliana. So their stuff isn't that good against Copter, which is good. It's kind of awkward that next turn if we don't draw a land, we just pass, but I think we just gotta do it. Right. Yeah, we gotta pass. No. We gotta pass.
Oh, because you think they're gonna jail her, the elf.
Yeah. And we got to get the Monarch, if that's what happens. Yeah, so let's just make sure we resolve everything right, so...
It has to trigger and target, right?
Yeah. Right, so now, wait, yeah.
It's
so you just
targeted,
rest her.
yeah.
Yep, okay. I was just making sure. I was just really worried. All right, awesome. And then we'll fight for monarchy.
Yeah, our clock's reasonably fast if that Elspeth doesn't come down.
Yeah, the Elspeth's the annoying part because they can get a flyer, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, their life total is also kind of... Oh, they have bone shards, though.
It's still fine, right? We can take something off, and we can push a creature in response to it, right?
Well, they have Mother Runes, but I still think we...
I'm saying we can revoke her Mother Runes.
Oh.
And leave push up.
Yeah, I was thinking originally that we would revoke her the Elspeth, but I think your line's better.
They're very close to dead over two turns.
So yeah, I like your play. So we'll revoke her the Mother and use the revoker to crew the Copter.
Yeah, because if they're going to kill the revoker with bone shards, they're going to do it anyway. And this at least lets us kill something else of our choice.
Well, yeah, if they do that, then they can't play... well, no. Play the revoker and then use that to crew. Wait. Like, you can leave up... I guess leaving up Swamp's fine, too. I would have left up the Triumph, but it doesn't really matter. I guess in there they got Wasteland. But you're right, though. So, yeah, we can name Mother. And then what I wanted to say was that originally I was thinking that if you name Elspeth, then if they bone charge, they can't play Elspeth next turn because they only have up to 5 lands. But
Yeah, that's possible.
But this makes this that way if they do it on anything that. I think we discard Thrag Tusk. That way we still have something that can crew, and we can play the Scarab God and always get back Thrag Tusk. Oh, and now we'll be the Monarch twice.
I don't think that's how that works, but we already tried that earlier with our own creature. It didn't work.
Yeah, that's true.
That's pretty
Snuff
good.
is so good.
Having that mother
Snuff.
room shut down looks pretty good right now.
Yeah.
In fact, I think if they play Elspeth and try and hit a creature, I think they just die.
Yeah, so Esper Sentinel also only triggers on the first one, so if we play both Push and Snuff out, they won't draw a card. Not that it matters that much.
Yeah, I think Elspeth just gets them killed.
I mean, so, they don't know that, but yeah.
Well, I obviously foresaw us drawing another removal spell, the only other one in the deck. It's just...
you love me a Snuff out. Snuff out's a card I like playing in Legacy.
Here comes Else. Oh, no, they did go for the bone shards. All right, I guess that's good.
Yeah.
What did they... oh, they discard.
They discard Usher. Okay. Yeah, man.
Okay.
So they might be trying to get the Monarch back. So we'll see what they attack with.
I mean, we could technically just kill both of these.
I think you do. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, I guess there's an edge scenario where you want to block with the Llanowar Elves on the Esper Sentinel first. Even though we're going to kill both of them. We'll snuff the other one.
Oh, that was the wrong order, right?
Hmm?
I'm talking to myself.
It's only the first one. Yeah. This line was only bad if they played Luris. But even that wasn't so bad. All right. Yeah, so I'm just trying to think if we play Gix or the Scarab God. I think we play Gix. And then we'll crew with the elf.
Crew with what?
The elf.
Okay.
Or actually, sorry, the Revoker's better. Because we might draw a card that we can play off of Ancient Tomb. Like if we draw a Mesmeric Fiend, then we can get the Elspeth. I love the Scarab God, though. But yeah, I think we just got the Scarab God. And then we'll pay the 1. Yeah, it's fine.
One turn too late.
It's okay. It's still not necessarily bad. We can always 2-spell next turn, so we still have planes in the deck if we need to find that, or Overgrown Tomb. This Delta can find like a Triome, like a, I don't know, one of them. This Revoker pick was also kind of iffy, like we weren't sure about it at first, but it's really done really well for us. Okay.
That's odd.
It's treacherous. Maybe it's like a ballista?
I mean...
Oh, Seraph. Okay. So they can give their creature flying. Or something. And take the Monarch.
It's just till the end of the turn, yeah.
Yeah. We'll just see what they do. We don't have that much time, so I don't want to think for them. Just make sure on the end step we crack the Delta.
I mean, I don't know that they can attack. They're at 3.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, if their plan is just us not having a creature.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 3 cards last turn, but I guess you got to play with what you got.
Yeah. Any of the Triomes is fine. Well,
Just play a creature and swing out, right?
Well, I'd play the Ballista. It's the easiest one to win with. You can still crew or do whatever you want. It can only go so badly for us.
I mean, they're tapped out. This is like bordering on BM. I should probably just be poking them.
You can concede anytime.
It's gonna take some misclicks to get to my prediction. Let's see what I can do. See what can we do.
You try pretty hard in match 1. I'll tell you that much.
It's true.
I feel like I underestimate you every year, and you always get me. And then I'm like on edge for the rest of it, and you're like, I obviously know what I'm doing. I'm like, I don't know that other time.
I could play like as if we're being slavered. So I could ballista the Revoker and the Elf.
Right. Really, we're just trying to give everyone else a chance. I get it. All right. Let's get them. I wonder if they're trying to time us out. Like they just want it that badly. All right, hopefully not.
I'll let them kill the Revoker now.
Yeah. It's done its job. The ultimate BM is to like pass the turn back and see if they die to Mana Crypt.
Wow. That's funny.
I think the prototype cards are all like really interesting. I think they're really well designed. I just don't think they look good. Like when they prototype it, so pretty much it has like a different casting cost and different power and toughness. So it could be like a 3-mana 3/3 flying with all this ability. And then when you blink it and stuff, it like comes back as this bigger version. I think that's like a really good design. It just doesn't look good to me. Like on the card. Like if you make the card big. Yeah, exactly. Or it's like kind of confusing. Like in Commander, can you only play this in your white decks? I don't know. I guess so. But I think like as a mechanic, it's like pretty well designed. I just don't know if I would have it look that way. At some point, I would just want a double face card.
Did they get rid of chat?
Oh, go to the bottom left and hit the chat box. Bottom left, your other left, and hit the text
Oh,
box and hit show chat.
gotcha. All right. I wasn't sure if they would.
They have it like that by default, which I think is good. I,
Probably.
I like chatting my opponents. I'm a chatter.
Yeah, if they said something or something like that, maybe I would just say that we were streaming and talking things out. And that's why it took so long. Because they might just be a little bit bothered that we were a couple of minutes slower than them.
All right. So in life, what is your favorite color? Not in Magic.
The game of life or
No,
in
no, no, no. Just like
human
not in
life?
Magic, because like in
Uh,
Magic, like the five colors mean something, but like just
so
a normal.
I would have to say blue.
What was
So
that? Blue.
blue, blue, yeah.
Do you like blue t-shirts, or like do you just like have blue looks on things, or do you like have blue looks on you?
I like just the color. Yeah, it's not like a fashion thing or things I think I look good in, but I do like two of the three cars I've owned are blue.
Mm.
I've just
Do
always
you
liked
uh
blue.
do you like the darker blues, like closer to navy?
Um, Not necessarily navy, but I do like along the darker lines. Yeah.
Mhm. I think that's good. I really so I like blue and red, and it's not related to Magic. It's just everything I've ever liked. It's either been blue or red, if I get to choose a color. And I really like the range that blue has. All right, another year, another prediction.
Boom.
All right, and that was a free cube draft. You just won $10.
So
Wait,
we're gonna chuck those 100 play points in and see what that gets us to.
yeah.
Just shy of 21,000 play points. I
Jeez.
appreciate that extra free one.
Have you did you just open a lot of chests or something? That's a lot of play points.
No, so um, it's just accumulated over time. I did at various points subscribe to an open all mentality, but then I started donating MTGO winnings to various
Mm.
causes. So yeah, I was just selling the chests off at the end. But yeah, for a bit I was doing that. But just also from I don't know, it's not that hard to accumulate. I mean, anytime you 3-2 or better, you're at least breaking even on your
Yeah.
points. So
It's not as good as daily events. Did you play Magic Online back when there's daily events?
for a very short period of time.
So just in case people in chat don't know, like the way the payout of that, so it was 6 ticks to enter, and it was 4 rounds always, and there were all these different formats. And if you go 3-1, you get 6 boosters, which are about $3 each, and if you go 4-0, you get 11. So roughly, you just need to go 3-1, one out of every three, and that's just like I would just play like 5 daily events every day, and that's how I went infinite on Moto. Like it was literally just free money.
Yeah, hard to argue. I mean, they've had some really good events over the years. So like,
Yeah, I
uh,
mean, I think the league system's like net good, but I felt like if league play didn't exist for or if daily events didn't play for Magic, exist for Magic, I don't think I would have been the same Magic player as I was today. Like lots of multi-queuing, lots of like trying to figure out all these like really weird formats just because it happened to have a daily event associated with it. Like I played a lot of like Pauper, Block Constructed, Standard, just like anything really. It was fun.
yeah, I only caught the tail end of the daily event stuff. Um, yeah, the first iterations of leagues were were much more top heavy too. So
Oh,
they,
of leagues.
yeah, I forget what the specifics were, but it used to be much more top heavy. They balanced it
Yeah,
out at some point.
yeah. I remember. So that was back when they had friendly and competitive leagues, right? So the competitive leagues were top heavy, but the friendly leagues were like whatever.
Yeah, I think there may have even been a time where it was just the one type before they broke it.
Mm.
They broke it out. I don't remember. I just remember a bunch of people being a bunch of the like grinder types being upset at first that the top heavy stuff kind of got nixed a little bit. But
all right, so we're going on 4 hours. All right, not bad.
Well over 4 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours. 4:40. Okay, yeah. But I think it's a good spot to call it probably.
Yeah, I agree. Well, as always, thanks for coming and hanging out.
Yeah, like, follow, subscribe, whatever you want to do for Negator77. Merry Christmas, everyone.
And then next year, you'll already be followed by the next time I stream.
Yeah, and next year, hopefully, it's been elusive. We were really close that 1 year, but I hope 1 year we can get the flawless double events that we do. I think by year 10, maybe we could do it once.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I'll clean up my legacy skills by next year.
All right, and I'll cube draft more with the Scarab God and Toski, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, and you got to make sure you get over that 4-drop green card. That's that did literally nothing.
Wait, you saw how good Gix was. Gix is just 3 mana.
Gix was is there a difference between 3 and 4 mana? I forget.
Well, that's the problem. It's a cube. They would just put 2 Gixes in it if they could.
I could see situationally where games that you're probably already winning, it would put it away.
If we played against blue-black control, they can't beat Toski. They can't kill it. They can't block it. They can't counter it.
The problem with assuming you're going to play against blue-black control is you're involved in this, which reduces the odds, and you're one of only a handful of people that would want to draft blue-black control in the first place.
Details. All right, so we'll see everyone in the new year, and happy holidays to everyone.
Night.